Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, traders.
All. Good morning.
We are just in the countdown for the Fed, I think. And everyone was expecting a kind of really sideways day. Everything looks kind of like it's in a holding pattern, but we'll see. Famous last words, right? Because we still have sort of all kinds of news and headlines flashing. Shai, what are you watching today? Set us up.
All right. So, same old. Strait is still closed. Let's talk about what's occurred overnight, even though it's been kind of a quiet night on that front. Bloomberg released what it says is a copy of the MOU that U.S. and Iran are expected to sign. The memorandum outlines a 60-day period for negotiations, during which the U.S. will lift its naval blockade and Iran will resume the movement of merchant ships. Now, the agreement also includes provisions for the U.S. to end sanctions on Iran and provide financing for Iran's economic development of $300 billion with a B, and that would be together with regional partners due to the damage in Iran. Now, we did have Trump come out this morning. He said he will discuss the details of the MOU at a press conference today, so be aware that that is coming. We do not have a specific time for that, although he did say also that the MOU is not final. If I don't like what I see, we'll strike again. He said the report of a $300 billion fund in the Iran deal is false. The U.S. is not investing in Iran, so we'll have to see if that is indeed in there. Bloomberg says it is. I don't know. We'll have to see what he says about that. Again, just be aware that that press conference will be sometime today. We'll post it in the chat when it does come. We had the IEA report out today. It said that the OECD inventories fell in May to their lowest level since 1990 as governments drew down stockpiles to mitigate the impact of disrupted crude oil shipments from GCC countries. In its monthly report released this morning, they stated that OECD countries inventories have declined by 163 million barrels since the beginning of the conflict. And I would just like to note that all of these countries said that they are focusing on restocking those. So we could see even bigger demand as soon as the strait gets open from those countries because obviously particularly Asia countries, particularly Japan, is extremely worried about their stocks, as well as Europe. The ECB came out, Lagarde also saying this morning that the EU wanted to restock their supplies. And so that is demand on top of regular demand. Just know that's coming. Higher for longer, I always say. In copper, we do have copper up today. There is a protest at Rio Tinto's massive copper mine in Mongolia. It's threatening deliveries of concentrate. This mine does provide 3% of all global copper, so we do see copper bid on this overnight, as well as with NASDAQ, because it is the AI trade as well. Moving on to SpaceX, heads for the fourth day of gains since the record IPO. It's rallied about 49% since going public, overtaking Amazon in value to become the fifth largest stock in the world, and is now $150 billion away from overtaking Microsoft. Michael Burry, because everybody loves talking about him, he said he's tempted to bet against SpaceX, but passes on expensive options. Intel begins production of its most advanced chip called the 18A-P, and that moves the company one step closer to a possible deal to make chips for Apple. So keep an eye on that. We have Houston. Uber technology is going to offer driverless robotaxis in Houston. Vehicles developed by Lucid and Nuro, setting it up to challenge Waymo. That launch will be mid-2027. And then FOMC finally Fed Day is upon us. And while the base case is for Kevin Warsh to play things pretty neutrally, there are always risks around this central view. Keep that in mind. At this point, it generally seems to be consensus that today's statement won't contain any bias about the Fed's next move, even if the recent drop in oil prices does presumably reduce some of the pressure for the Fed to be hawkish. But everybody will be watching what he sees. We have seen in the past quite a few times that FOMC chiefs kind of make communication gaffes early in their tenure, but he obviously will try to, no doubt, try to avoid making those same errors. We'll discuss the Fed more throughout the morning and with our guest, Joseph Wang, at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And just again, a reminder, you guys, if you are just joining us, Trump is having a presser today to go over that MOU. So that is headline risk, particularly around, the risk that we already have on the FOMC. And as far as data is concerned today at 8:30 a.m., we will have retail sales, 10 business inventories, and pending home sales. And of course, the big event at 2 p.m., the FOMC rate decision. And we will be on early. We will be starting at 1:45 and have a panel. It'll be me, Greg, Maggie, Jim, and Blake Morrow going over the decision when that comes out.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And it felt like a quiet day, but now hearing you say all that, Shai, especially with Trump throwing a presser in the middle of it, I'm not so sure we can think that, which is great, right? I mean, everybody in the chat's ready for it. Hi, chat. Hey, Deli, hardest working man, is in the chat, and he said copper ETF better giddy up. I know both of you have been watching that closely, Shai, and certainly the news of the strike going to be interesting to watch there. Deli is headed to London because there's a meetup, y'all. I hope you got the link. I know they've been posting it in the chat, but there's going to be a NinjaTrader meetup in real life, in person in London. So if you are in that area, check it out. It's going to be super fun. Shai, you mentioned the presser. Oh, trying to get inside the mind of Trump. I mean, this could go a few ways. All of them sort of carry a certain degree of risk, I guess. If he does it early, before the Fed, then Warsh may have to respond to things he said in regard to that, even though it's about the MOU. I mean, a presser's a presser. They can ask anything. If it's after, it kind of or during, it steals the stage from Warsh. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it was originally supposed to be scheduled before the Fed, but you're right. I mean, I didn't even think about it. They just kind of postponed it. He is in Europe, so, the time differences. But I think he was supposed to come out before. I mean, look, he's been speaking yesterday in these bilats. He spoke again this morning. Clearly, he's getting irritated by the press and the press, kind of giving out some of the details, which may or may not be details, and because he obviously wants to control the messaging about what was given and what was not given. I think, is that really, market moving? Hard to say. I think what's most important is the market seems to have really moved on, right? I mean, we've seen the reaction in the oil market this week. It's been it's been troubling for the oil price. We've seen a pretty big correction as the markets are looking ahead and saying eventually this is, the strait's going to be open. The president has shown no desire to resume attacks. And so the idea that we're going to go back, that he's going to bomb them again seems to be, dissipating, every minute that goes by, despite some of his, more hawkish rhetoric about what he may or may not do. So I don't really see him to the extent that being that kind of catalyst that's going to disrupt this. Even this morning, he mentioned, how great the market was and how oil prices are falling, and the markets are the smartest. And, he hit the scorecard for him is the market. And so as long as the market is up, he's happy. And so, and he's doing a good job. I think, more importantly, the Fed this afternoon. But again, no real expectations there for much to necessarily happen, right? We're not going to see an interest rate move. We're most likely going to see a change in the wording make the next move from the Fed more ambiguous, and so either a hike or a cut could happen. I think there's probably some folks who believe Warsh will move in the direction of where much of the committee has moved over the course of the last several weeks, in a more hawkish direction. We've seen that from Waller and Williams, kind of becoming more concerned about the inflationary environment. Yet now the oil price has fallen so much, and so and his original. His original construct is dovish, and so I suspect he's going to give a little bit more in the way of dovish fodder for for folks this afternoon, because that's why he got in there. So, but it will be interesting to see at 2:30 kind of what transpires.
Yeah, Jim, what are bonds doing ahead of that?
Yeah, I mean, bonds are curiously strong the last couple of days. I mean, we're at that 113 even level right now. There's just a lot of price happiness at this right now. And don't forget, last week we were down on 111 handle, so that's a pretty big move up in a couple of days. I think the 30-year is kind of anticipating. I think it's a smarter market. I've always said that. I think it's kind of anticipating a more of a dovish kind of message that's going to come out today. But it's still not spectacular, right? I mean, cash yields are still a little bit below 5%, not a lot of it below 5% on that whole move. So we'll kind of keep an eye on what happens with the 30-year. And I know firsthand, mortgage rates aren't helping anybody across the board. So this is going to be, for that industry for sure, this is going to be an interesting press conference.
Yeah, I mean, we did have mortgage applications out earlier this morning at 7 a.m. They dropped 3.8%. So those, with those mortgage rates creeping higher.
Yeah, Shai, it's all about affordability, right? I mean, that issue is a stubborn one.
100%.
Well, I think it seems to me that market also is it demonstrates the K-shaped economy that Craig talks about all the time. I mean, with a lot of people are unable to move forward, and a lot of folks with a lot of cash just, I have some cash, let's go.
Yeah, Shai, he's saying the market's great, and we know the other big area. So housing is troubling, right? That's been people can't even afford a new home, and that's a real issue. And people who are looking at the weakness in the economy, because there are people who say the economy's looking great and tend to be more focused on the market. The people who are looking at kind of the real economy, really concerned about housing. But also those fuel prices have been a real issue, and we know that's a political issue. And your headline today, there are a lot of people, to Craig's point, the oil market certainly looks like it's moving beyond, right? And the headlines, we seem to have the headlines swinging from supply shock to oil glut. But I know you're skeptical about that.
Well, 100%. We don't have an oil glut, despite the fact that the IEA says that is their projection. It's based on nothing. Again, I don't think they're factoring in the fact that all of these OECD countries are going to have to restock. That's going to put upward demand during summer if we do get the Strait open and we do get, oil flows. We're going to see that restocking during high demand season and into the fall and into probably Q4. You can't, it's going to take months for them to restock. So that demand is there on top of regular demand. We had Barclays come out yesterday saying that they believe they're keeping their Brent call at $100 for Q4. Because they don't think this is over by any stretch of the imagination, and because of all the restocking that needs to be done. Again, we had Lagarde come out today, also said the EU is going to be focused on restocking, and they are still, even though oil prices have come down, they're still looking to raise rates again because they think higher for longer for energy prices.
Yeah, it seems like, Craig, when people were looking at the Fed, the idea that we were seeing relief from oil and from energy prices kind of changed the conversation around the inflation risks. And not that we were going to swing all the way to a rate cut, but that it was going to give them a lot more leeway. It was going to take some of the pressure off to sound really hawkish and really tough on inflation. But Shai brings up such a good point. I mean, you may have retail demand destruction. You may have people who still feel that, or you may see prices come down at the pump in theory. But if you have government stepping in and buying, that should put a floor under energy prices, no?
Yeah, look, I mean, it gets back to what we continue to talk about, this bifurcated economy, where the AI CapEx build out is really unaffected by cost of capital and interest rates, and is unaffected by where energy prices are, and broadly where commodity prices are. Just such a small component of the cost structure for this AI CapEx build out, and yet the rest of the economy really is struggling with higher rates and higher energy. And so you saw that yesterday. The housing starts number was a disaster. It's one of the worst housing starts number we've seen in quite some time. You see that with the mortgage numbers this morning. And so, the lower part of the K-shaped economy really continues to struggle. So the Fed has to use an old Fed word, conundrum here, right? Is it going to look to ease policy to help out the lower part of the K-shaped economy and run the risk that inflation will kind of, continue to stay sticky and run away? Or does it look to tighten policy in order to slow down the pace of growth from the AI story to really slay inflation and run the risk that it further hurts the lower part of the K-shaped economy? This is an issue that I think is going to face this Fed for the next, several quarters here, and trying to figure out, how to navigate through this period of time with a new chair and with a market that has historically looked to test a new Fed chair within the first, 30 to 120 days of him sitting in the seat. Not necessarily the equity market, but the bond market too could provide that test. So we'll see, we'll see what happens.
I just want to jump in here really quickly and point out that I think the government is aware that, we have a problem, particularly cracks are starting in the housing industry, because there's legislation in Congress right now actually to limit the number of corporations that can actually purchase homes because they are driving up prices.
Yeah, that's speeding right through, right? Because it's a pocketbook issue. Listen, that's where we're gonna see all the action, because the midterms are just gonna be a battle. And so, but I think that worries the bond market, right? Because all of that is, I mean, yes, that's a bill and legislation. That's one way to do it. But the rest of it is probably going to be trying to spend or promise to spend to attract the voters. And that's not good news for the bond market, is it? I mean, no. That's going to put upward pressure. Jim, what's oil looking like? Because I keep going back to Shai. I think that the path of least resistance seems lower for oil, and there seems to be a really robust debate around where we are with this, like a supply. There's like plenty of supply and abundance. Traders are moving on, but I don't know. Like Shai, when you bring up all of the things that could slow the drop.
Yeah, by the way,
we're trapped there.
We're in August, crude oil, by the way, today. So you might see your platforms roll. Right now, a tiny baby candle today, just kind of a total pause, almost a doji looking like thing right now. But to Maggie, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've had this kind of trend down ever since June 3rd. It's been a nice sell-off below the anchored VWAP here. This is the war VWAP that I have on my chart right now. And we kept on rolling. We took out a swing low. And now we have a gap. Remember when the war started, we had this gap here that we thought, well, maybe this will never, ever get filled in our lifetime. But now it's kind of in focus right now. And that gap starts at 69.20 to 67.83. I'm not saying we're going to get there today or anytime soon, but it's becoming a little bit more relevant right now. And we'll see. And then RSI is way, almost oversold. Not quite. It's almost to that 30 level as well. So, my gut instinct is I want to be bullish here, but we got to let the chart sort itself out first.
Yeah. We're going to be talking Fed all day. As Shai said, we're coming back for a Fed special, but I just want to bring up SpaceX. We all saw the headline, right? It surpassed, just knocking one mega cap tech off in terms of passing them for market caps that surpass Amazon. We've got levered ETFs and all sorts of options coming out. There seems to be huge volume around that stuff. Anybody watching that? What kind of impact do you think that's going to have?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of trading around that. As yesterday, the tally was over $1 billion in those ETFs.
3 billion.
Okay, 3 billion now. when
no
options
number's too
came
big
out,
with SpaceX.
when options came out yesterday, it was the third largest company trading options as far as volume was concerned, and so there's a lot of excitement over that for sure.
Yeah, it looks like there was 11. There are 11 double-levered SpaceX ETFs that traded yesterday with volume close to $4 billion.
Yeah,
It just doesn't seem like something that is needed, but it's clearly something that is wanted by retail investors and traders here. So
yeah, Eric Balkanas from Bloomberg came out and he said the number of ETFs that held SpaceX went from 4 to 40 to now 120 in a couple days.
What could possibly go wrong? Mike Green's head is
know,
probably exploding right now.
But yesterday. Go ahead, Jim.
I just said it begs the question: are we going to have a single stock futures on SpaceX?
That's what someone asked in the chat.
I know.
Stream side just
I know.
asked that.
I know.
I don't
Stream
know.
side. Thank you for that question.
I don't know. Aren't you friends with Terry Duffy? You should call him.
That's
I'll
what
give
Stream
him
side
a
said.
buzz. Well, Pax
your
apparently is
friends.
best friends with everybody, so we'll just ask Pax to ask him.
Oh, well,
I don't know, Shai. Maybe you have a chat on that since you have some wicked chats on everything else. Maybe you've got a secret CME chat we should know about. You guys don't even know what Shai's getting up to and why she knows all this stuff. Amazing. All right, I'm going to share my favorite news headline of the day. Wait, Craig, give us some last thoughts.
No, last thought was just going to be on this levered ETF stuff. I mean, you did see that dynamic in play yesterday, with the tape when we started to reverse kind of intraday, kind of driven by semis, driven by the tech trade. And then by the end of the day, you had over $20 billion of leverage ETF rebalance flows that needed to be sold and kind of allow for the market to really, struggle in the afternoon and kind of sell down to the close. This is a dynamic that's going to be with us. We're talking about, north of $200 billion and growing every day of leverage ETF products that need to do daily rebalancing. 85% of them are in NASDAQ and semis and tech-related names. And so, this is a flow in the tape on a daily basis that we're going to have to monitor. It's going to have different impacts on different days. Yesterday, on a Tuesday, there's no zero data expiry options for single stock names. And so it's different than on a Wednesday when there is, and different than on a regular Friday when it's. So these are the types of flows that, increasingly we're going to have to monitor to get, some more indication of kind of what's happening on a day-to-day basis, if that's what folks are trading and interested in, and then it doesn't seem like there's really any momentum to stop down the AUM growth in these things.
So that's huge and something that we're going to continue to talk about. And it sounds like something even, one of the traders can do a deep dive on, because you're saying once that happens, you've got sort of automatic pressure either down or up later in the day. That you're going to have to anticipate if you've got positions on. Is that right?
For sure. And what you wind up having is, and you have some pre-buying and front running of those trades. And it particularly happens in days when there's gap ups, right? So like on Monday, we had the overnight gap up on from the Sunday night. And so those buying pressures kind of kept us in line all day, which is why the tape was hard to break. And then yesterday, less so, because there was no overnight risk. But then once the tape got going, then you start to see those flows accelerate to the downside. And so these are the types of flows we're going to have to keep a good eye on here for sure.
Amazing stuff. And it's, that's the kind of thing you're not hearing elsewhere, and it's going to have a huge impact. So, we'll continue to dive into that, but great flag, Craig. All right. Well, with that, thanks. We'll see you in the chat. We'll see you later at FOMC. It is time for the Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, well, let's finish the conversation about the 30-year U.S. Treasury bond futures right now. And look to the left here. You'll see a pretty significant bearish engulfing candle. This happened on March 2nd, and it was downhill ever since then. So I anchored a VWAP to that line, dragged it all the way across, and you can see we've been firmly trading below that VWAP ever since. Now, the lows, we had almost a nice tweezer bottom here. Not perfect, but close enough for me. Down around 109 in a 109 high 109 handle, 109.24, and kind of fought our way back up into above that first lower standard deviation band of the VWAP right now. We have a really nice firm base of support here at 111.11. Me and Pax have been talking about that number for weeks, and it held, right? It held. We're kind of pushing back up now. Now, this candle was significant here on the 11th, and it was a pretty big candle, right? Not a benchmark, but pretty close. And then we're kind of inching up we're at that 113 handle right now. So it's kind of an important level right now, and we'll see on the intraday chart in a second why. But we're not quite to that VWAP. That VWAP is approximately 113.15 right now. So we'll see if we can get some traction up. But this is a little bit of anticipation. Remember, I think the bond market kind of thinks a little bit ahead of time about FOMC meetings. So a little bit of anticipation going on. RSI, not it's nice, sloping up nicely ever since the lows, but nothing extraordinary. Let's take a look at an intraday 10-minute chart right here. I have 3 days kind of highlighted right here on purpose. Yesterday's high, that's that green line up here, that's 08. So also the day before's high, interestingly. That suggests to me that that's a level of resistance right now. We're right at that 0 DTE gamma wall and 0 DTE call resistance at 113 even today. Very small range today, again, waiting for some action to happen. We do have some targets here. We have the pivot down here around at 112.28. Should things break badly, mental cues 1 day min at 112.21, then that 0 DTE put support at 112.16. On the upside, previous session's highs, of course, 08. R1 is next at 12, and then JAX 1 at 113.16. So we'll keep our eyes on this market for pretty much all day. Let's shoot over to the S&P really quickly here. Let me just toggle my charts over. So, this is similar than yesterday. We have a little bit of a red candle yesterday. Not too big of a red candle. We're right at the June open, right? We're right at that June open, 75.95. At the piercing line of this benchmark candle here that we saw, kind of is support right now. It kind of lines up with the top of the VWAP band from a longer term picture. There are some gaps we're going to talk about in a second. I don't know if we're going to get filled today or not, but there are some gaps on the target on the horizon. RSI is doing RSI stuff perfectly normal. A longer term support, 72.47 and a quarter. Let's shoot over to the intraday chart right now, and let me open this up a little bit. Well, here's the gap. Here's the Globex gap on Sunday. That starts around 75.41 all the way down to approximately 7,500. So that's still in play right now, and I'm not the only person that noticed that, by the way. So keep an eye on that as well. Let's kind of open this up a little bit more here so we can get a little bit more of this intraday drama going on. Point of control yesterday was at 76.14. Not the greatest point of control of all time, because this is kind of more of a rectangular profile in the value area. Today, so far, the point of control is a little bit higher than the pricing is right now anyway, at 76.05. Let me just kind of open this up a little bit more so we could kind of get a better view of what's going on overnight. London IB, boom, bell rang. That's the high of the session right now during the London IB. Then we started to sell off pretty nicely, 76.12 and a half. Broke VWAP, left VWAP in the rear view mirror, session VWAP, 430 to 440. Haven't looked back. Series of lower highs, series of lower lows. This is looking kind of heavy right now, but keep in mind, we're only at 33% of the 34-day average range. So again, anticipation, a little anticipatory right now. I don't expect a big break one way or another unless we get some news bomb that we don't expect, some unexpected news, unplanned news that is. Maybe we're going to stay within a relatively tight range. But if we do break down, let's say we break down, there is that previous session's lows right there, 75.17. That's that red line. Below that, 0 DT put support, 75.70. S1. Well, S1, 75.61. So there are targets to the downside. We can keep on going. JAX 2, 75.50. And then S2 right by that top of the gap right there, and that's at 75.40. On the upside, should things get all cheery and lovely, JAX 1 and Pivot are pretty close to the same level, 7,600 psychological level. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that again at some point today. And then above that, if we do make new highs, we have R1 at the top. That's part of the daily pivot study. That's 76.20 and a half. Above that, previous session's highs all the way up. It's 76.36. Above that, Mentor Q's 1 day min, again, it's 76.50. R2, really, that would be a stretch, but we can get there easily, 76.58. And really quickly here, let's just see what the Bitcoin is doing in anticipation of Chair Warsh. Bitcoin's selling off a little bit. A couple of raindrops here so far, right around that 64,000 level. I'm still in. This is a weak retracement back up. I'm still a little bit bearish here in this market. We did kind of rest nicely on that 6205 level for the Bitcoin futures, and that corresponded with the swing low that we saw all the way back here on February 6th. Below that, there are some targets, of course, but it's going to take a long, big jump to get to that 50,055 level on the Bitcoin. So not looking too great today, and the good news is VWAP's going sideways. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Maggie and Shai.
So much, Jim. No, yep. Just the two of us today. The panel's back later.
Yes. Retail sales did come in higher than expected, 0.9%. Prior was 0.5%. So no market movement on that.
Right. We're waiting for the big event. Great stuff. Okay, let's check our lineup for the day before we get to our guests. In a moment, we are going to be talking to Joseph Wang. Perfect on a day like today. Pharm is here for Tape Talk. Jump in the chat and let him know if you have any questions. Trade the Open is with Leo and Kane. Midday Markets is with XY Nickford taking Stowe. 1:45, as we've been saying, we're going to be back with live FOMC coverage. Blake Morrow will be joining us all, and Trading the Close will be Jack, Salma, and Joey. All right, let's bring in our guest, Joseph Wang. You can find him at thefedguide.com, expert in all things Fed, so we are so happy to have him. Joseph, thanks for being with us.
Hey, Maggie. Hey, Tracy. Great to be here. Thanks so much for inviting me. Good to see you two again.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah. Let's just start broad, right? I think Shai and I are dying to know, what are you expecting from the meeting today?
Yeah, I think first let's level set a little bit. It's been a pretty eventful few weeks in the intra-meeting period. So last Fed meeting, it was very exciting. We had 3 dissents wanting to change the language in the Fed statement, thinking that maybe the Fed should be a bit more neutral in its language. So at that last statement, the Fed heavily suggested that the next move would be a cut. Now, these 3 people dissented, saying it should be more neutral. The Fed should be open to either a hike or a cut. Of course, there was also one dissent wanting to cut rates, but that's a common thing in the past few months. Now, between then and now, the big thing that's happened is that oil prices have come down a lot. Now, the market had been anticipating before the Iran war for a few Fed cuts, but as oil prices rose, we had the market pricing in a hike this year and another hike the next year. We even had very prominent Fed governors come out and say that, I'm supposed to look through an oil shock, but I can't really do that because we've had too many shocks. It was COVID, it was tariffs, and it was the oil shock. But now that we finally have some resolution in the Middle East, oil prices have come down a lot. And more recently, we have CPI, core CPI, month over month being much tamer. It seems like there's enough cover for the Fed to look through the oil price shock and just say to keep rates where they are right now, rather than say hinting that they would hike. So for this particular meeting, of course, the Fed doesn't like to surprise the markets. There will be no change on rate policy. I would think that I would expect Chair Kevin to emphasize that this is a negative supply shock and oil shock. We should look through it at standard economics. After all, energy prices are already coming down. And so I would actually suggest that this could be a bit more dovish than the market's currently perceiving. Right now, the market still has about 1 hike priced in this year. Now, there's also a lot of other interesting things that we should expect from this first meeting. One, of course, is that Chair Kevin has been wanting to modify the communication strategy of the Fed. So before, let's say, Bernanke, the Fed was kind of a mysterious organization. Under Chair Greenspan, we would often actually not even know what happened during a meeting. Chair Greenspan would do something, and then afterwards, the market would focus on looking at rates to see if there actually was a hike or an ease or anything like that. Since Chair Bernanke, the Fed has been a lot more open. You have Fed speakers chatting all the time. The Fed chair actually does a press conference, answers your questions. That was something that is relatively new. And of course, we have things like the dot plot, where everyone on the FOMC kind of guides towards what they're thinking about the path, rates, employment, inflation, and so forth. So there could be some gradual change towards how the Fed communicates, whereas Chair Kevin would prefer there to be less communication. So we'll see if he tries to edge the FOMC towards, I guess, a little bit back towards the Greenspan era. I think that will make everyone's lives who Fed watch a bit more difficult. And of course, there are also many other things that Kevin has talked about over his decade-long time outside of the Fed, shrinking the Fed's balance sheet, maybe getting rid of IOR and so forth. So there's a lot of things that we should watch for. He does seem to want to make big changes at the Fed. It's going to happen slowly, but maybe we'll get some hints today.
And then I had a question since you brought up the dot plot. One is, we're just going to withhold a dot today, and does it even matter? And two, because this has been a big thing on X in the trader world. Everybody says, will he get rid of the dot plot since he mentioned it this meeting? I don't think he will, but in the trader corners of the world, they think markets are going to crash because he's going to get rid of the dot plot today. But so, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to crash the market. So I think it won't matter if he withholds his dot or not, because, well, the dots are anonymized. So you'd look at the chart, and if his dot wasn't there, you really wouldn't. I mean, you'd barely notice it. I think when people look at the dot plot, they look at the tendency, whether the dots are clustering around a particular point, and whether or not his dot is there or not, I don't think it matters. It does send a signal that he would like there to be no dot plot, though. And so maybe in the coming quarters, that would suggest that maybe the Fed would phase out that communications tool. And I think another way to think about this is that the chair controls the communication of the Fed. And so by reducing the communications toolkit such that there aren't dot plots, maybe there are fewer Fed president speakers, perhaps he has more power to shape the message. And so he won't be able to tell everyone, guys, I really would like to cut rates, and then have a dot plot where you have all these Fed presidents saying that they want to hike rates, right? That makes communication more difficult. So in a sense, it might be a way for him to consolidate some influence on the FOMC.
Which is super interesting. Curious your thoughts, and I sort of forgot about this momentarily because of everything that's been going on, and as you said, the moves with oil, but Powell's still on the committee, isn't he?
Yeah,
how do you think that's going? And would there be pushback on the Fed to try to consolidate more power around the chairman, especially because it's seen as a political appointment? So in some ways, it could be viewed as consolidation, like Trump, the Trump administration grabbing more power away. You think that'll sit well with the other governors, and including the former chairman?
I remember earlier last year, I believe, Secretary Bessent was like, we're going to appoint a Fed chair earlier and have him communicate. He'll be like a shadow Fed chair, and he'll overshadow Chair Powell. And now Chair Powell is very much kind of like a shadow Fed chair, right? He's still on the committee. He still has those relationships he built up over the past few years. He still has the respect of everyone else on the FOMC. So that makes him still very influential. And in a recent speech, he suggests that the Fed is right now undergoing a quote unquote stress test. And so he seems to think that the Fed is indeed being politicized, and I think that's pretty obvious to everyone, and he wants to find ways to resist. So I think that does make the new chair's job much more difficult, right? He's showing up. Everyone around him thinks he's kind of a puppet for the president, and you have this old former chair here who has everyone's respect, who stood up for the Fed, and so I think that's going to make Kevin's job a lot more difficult. Now, one thing I'd also note, though, is that the administration continues to try to exercise more authority over the Fed. You still have that pending lawsuit against Governor Cook. And more interestingly, you have Bill Pulte, Director Pulte of FHFA, the one who somehow found the mortgage documents of Governor Cook to begin this whole proceeding. He's now Director of National Intelligence, right? So he's going to have access to a lot more stuff. So I imagine he might be able to find other stuff to try to spring on to people on the Fed. So this is a very interesting time for the Federal Reserve. One thing that's also been very clear is that the Trump appointees have been a lot more in line with the president. For example, Governor Bowman, who was promoted to vice chair of supervision by President Trump, is very much singing on the same hymn book, finding ways to cut rates. And Kevin Walsh, of course, telling you that actually, it's not PC, it's not CPI, it's trim the mean PCE, and that tells us inflation is under control. So there is a very, very strong streak of politicization on the Fed, and I think that's a very difficult thing to resist. But we'll see what happens. That's going to be the trend, I think, for the coming years. And so even if the Fed is able to, I think, push back against that, other governors' terms will be up in the coming future. And I think that's more of a broader trend of how our institutions are going to operate.
And then I had a question. We know that Warsh has mentioned in the past that he wants to reduce the balance sheet. Do you think that is a possibility of them doing this meeting? Or, because that would be kind of rather hawkish, even if they had a dovish tone.
Now, this reminds me a lot of how people campaign during the campaign. You say one thing on the campaign, but once you're in the office, things are a little bit different. So Kevin has been saying that the balance sheet is too large, wanting to shrink it for the past decade. This is basically his career-long pursuit, his quest. What's interesting, though, is that this is not just his position. I think this is a consensus position within the Trump administration. You even have Secretary Bessent writing a whole op-ed about this last year, calling this a gain-of-function monetary policy. So I do think that we will shrink the balance sheet. This is something that I think this is an ideological thing that has a lot of buy-in for, but I think it's going to happen very slowly. Now, so when you shrink the balance sheet, someone in the private sector has to hold those treasuries, right? They've been filming the runway for the banking system and other private investors to have more capacity to do this. So they are building that out, and I think it's a slow process. So over time, I do expect the Fed to gradually, slowly shrink the balance sheet. I don't think it's going to happen today. I think that's something over Walsh's term that we actually will have movement towards this. It does. I think it can be done, and honestly, I think that it makes sense.
Yeah. There's, the wild card in here. I think a lot of people think the Fed needs to be reformed, right? So it very quick, but I think the challenging thing about doing it in this environment is what you just raised before, the issue that is it the right policy or is it politically motivated? That's very tricky. And there's a voting mechanism in here, which is the bond market, right? Warsh can say whatever he wants and Bessent, and they can write op-eds. Does the bond market feel like it's being done for the right reason, or will they kind of, I don't want to say have a tantrum, but we've seen them react negatively when they feel like things move too far in the political, or there's, fiscal dominance is taking over at the expense of everything, or, so how do you expect the bond market to react here? What part of the curve should we be watching if they are unhappy with the policies they're seeing out of Warsh?
So I don't worry about the treasury market at all. I'm actually quite positive on it right now. So I think the questions that you raise are very legitimate, but I think they apply more to a country, say, like France, for example, where they don't have control over their monetary policy and they have a fiscal path that's not that great. And you can see that French sovereign yields have been trading higher relative to German bonds as their political problems compound. And this is because, they are under the ECB, in a sense, kind of binding themselves to somewhat of a euro standard, like a gold standard. For the US, though, it's very different. We have the Fed here, and at the end of the day, if there's any hiccup in the bond market, you have the Fed being able to support that. A few years ago, we had a hiccup in the gilt market. Bank of England came in, stabilize the market through purchases, and we all went on our way. So I don't worry about anything that happens in any dislocations in the treasury market. I also note, though, that at the end of the day, if you want yields, longer dated yields to be lower, there's so many things a government can do, just so many things. For example, in Japan, when we had 40-year JGB yields kind of become a bit more dislocated, the Ministry of Finance over there just told everyone, hey, we're going to issue fewer 40-year JGBs. And just like that, the problem was solved. And you already see Bessent moving towards that direction. I think that the implication is that we're going to have more bill issuance. And when we do increase coupon issuance, it's going to be heavily in the belly, which is a lot more, where there's a lot more demand. So adjusting supply. And of course, my expectation is that the Fed stay on hold here for some time and maybe move towards rate cuts sometime later in the year. And as the path of policy falls, you also have you also have yields fall. So I would say that Treasury yields are, for the U.S., of course, largely the expected path of monetary policy. I am not even a little bit of concerned of the bond market going out of control. There's just so many tools to handle that in case that happens. And remember, we've been talking about the equity markets recently. Should there be a bit of a tumble in the equity markets, that would also be quite supportive of the bond market.
Great points, Joseph, especially when you're comparing, what's happening in Europe to the U.S. It's fantastic. It was such a great day to have you on. Fantastic insight as always. We always lean on you for all things central bank. So appreciate you being here today. It's going to be an interesting day.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's going to be a great conference. All right. Can't wait to see you.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
I love hearing it. And he's so measured about it too, right? I mean, there's so much kind of hysteria around bond vigilantes. It's so good to get a sort of reality check from somebody who really understands the plumbing of how the Fed works.
100%. 100%. So always great to have on. Just remember, guys, that Trump is having a presser on this MOU later. We don't know when, supposedly, before FOMC, but we'll see when that goes. Unfortunately, we don't have a time on that, but headline risk out there still.
Yeah, and you both brought up a great point. He's abroad, so the chance of it happening sort of in the morning hours is probably higher than not, given the time difference. So everybody will be in the chat, so we'll look for the headlines there. Thanks so much, Shai. I'll see you later at the FOMC special.
Yep, see you later.
All right, time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Hi, Pharm. How you doing today?
Morning, Maggie. Morning, chat. I'm doing well.
We got a lot to go over, but I was going to mention before, my favorite headline from sort of late yesterday, overnight, is that, did you see this? Boston ran out of beer in some places because of the Scottish football fans. Boston. Have you ever been to Boston? They drink a lot of beer there. Can you believe that?
I did not see that, but
Bars
that's
running out of
interesting.
beer. Emergency deliveries had to be made. Got to
That
have
is
a
a
lot of
supply
respect
chain
for those
emergency.
Scottish fans.
For sure. Huge bottleneck. There's got to be a long thesis in there for some kind of trade.
Yeah, exactly. Some kind of commodity hops trade. But what are you watching today? How are you feeling about the day?
Yeah, I think it could be a little weird today. A little less clarity than I feel like we normally have coming into a Fed day in terms of like structure. But I'm going to kind of do things a little bit backwards today. I normally start really high level, especially on these Fed days. But I'm going to start kind of more granular because, I think we could have some good two-way trading ahead of the announcement. And then, of course, we all have to at least get one or two yellows in during the announcement and the madness, right? The beauty of contract roll is you could just short one, long the other, and then you just post the screenshot of whichever one wins to X and gain millions of followers, and you're a genius. So this is like Furu delight today during roll week and the Fed. It's amazing. So I'll start with ES on the 5 again, and then I'm going to go to the bigger time frames because with these events, that's going to be what matters most, the big picture, right? Because we can, price can do a little F around and find out, but it's value that's going to tell the truth at the end of the day and the end of the week. So the 5 here, really some very clean rotational trading opportunities. I see we had a little mini spike yesterday, which just means we made new low a day in the last 30 minutes. And just a couple of handles, 75.83 to 85. Worth noting that in this tiny little gap down at the open, which is interesting. ES gap down just a tiny bit at 6 p.m. And Q gapped up a bit. We still have not traded below that opening price. And that to me, at least early in the session, is a little bit of a clue that, maybe this will be constructive, at least to start. A lot of times these late day moves into the close end up being mistakes, and you got to punish some of those late sellers a little bit, and they got some of that, right? So I feel like this 75.83 to 85 is reasonably rotational up towards 75.98 to 76.01, and you can see that's kind of where primary distribution tapers out from yesterday. So reclaiming and basing that, and the overnight action confirms that. I think we can make another move up to 76.10 to 13. And on persistent strength, really 76.22, you could call it 23, but generally the 76.20s area would not be unreasonable. Haven't looked at the straddle, but I would say like before the event, that's probably a reasonable range, something like 40 handles on ES. So I, probably wouldn't get too greedy from there. But I mean, really above that 22 spot, outside of an excursion on one of the headlines or whatever, but above the 76.22, I mean, really yesterday's high can come into play. And then like all of a sudden we're saying like, wait, why was I bearish yesterday? Yesterday felt like it was interesting because a lot of times into an FOMC day, you get a lot of hedging pressure, right? And so you can see some weakness at times during the day as a lot of those hedges come on. And I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I was off the desk like half a day, but it didn't feel like hedging pressure. It just felt like selling. And which I'm not saying that to necessarily be bearish. I'm just saying like it seems like there was some de-risking that took place. And if Warsh doesn't come out and like say anything crazy, maybe people feel like maybe they shouldn't have de-risked. So, it could be a bullish thing that works kind of the same way as some of that hedging pressure that then comes off after the event. I don't know. I don't have a bias for today at all, but I do think potentially some very good two-way trading. Now, if we do offer yesterday's low, I mean, that is what it is. We continue in this kind of a short time frame downtrend coming off the high of week. And we explore lower prices, which I'll get to in just a minute when I flip to the higher time frames. And so I'll do short time frames on NQ as well. Same time. So it gap opened at 6 higher relative to the 5 p.m. close anyways, and it has not filled that gap. It back tested the open early before Asia had even taken their morning dump. And then it was just go time, right? So again, a subtle sign of strength, at least early in the session of like, hey, maybe I don't want to fade this move. We're going to punish some of these late sellers on this spike. And I'm instead of using the actual spike on NQ, which again was, wasn't fantastically large or anything like that. It was 336 and 3/4 was the base of the spike, and then 302 and 1/4 was the low. I like this 350 to 369 spot a little bit better. And as long as we're sustaining above that, it keeps a move open to this 578 spot, which we hit overnight. And that's sort of, again, like your primary distribution from yesterday. So that's all we've done. We've basically just probed yesterday's lower and primary distribution on NQ. It's not bullish, it's not bearish, it's just building volume. On the higher time frames, you'll see how like maybe it could end up, being a bearish signal, but I'm not necessarily reading into that just yet here. So I do think if we can get above at least 600, 617, there's a tricky spot in the 665 to 673, which is inclusive of yesterday's IB low. Could be a little bit tricky, but probably a move to 732 to 750 and persistent strength above the 600, 617 spot. And above there, sellers were a figment of crazy Uncle Pharm's imagination. They never really existed. A lot of people are going to be covering. It's not going to be pretty for anybody short. So that's kind of the short time frames. Again, I think this could be some really nice two-way trading, basically in this overnight range. ES maybe looks just a little bit cleaner than NQ, but both really, really quite clean and look pretty decent. And so on the high time frames, we have to keep in mind because who knows what's going to happen, right? I mean, like I'm sure things are going to move a bit on this. We still are, going back to the Sunday plan. This is I'm using specifically the U chart. So I almost said U chart. That's weird. So that you're not looking at a roll gap. I mean, we have a gap, right? There was a gap due to price over the weekend, which is a little bit unique here, right? That like as TradingView in this case rolled, and a lot of other platforms did. You had both the roll gap and then actually a gap up because of news, right? So just looking specifically at the U contract minimizes that noise. We're still well above last week's high. So like, okay, this doesn't look great. Is it a downtrend? It's really, to me, it's just consolidation. And it's objectively bullish. I mean, if we're gapping value higher relative to last week, we're still well above last week's high. There's no reason yet to me to get meaningfully bearish. So watching last week's high, which was 75.53 half on ESU, and then Friday's high even on some kind of a quick, excursion. So I feel like if we get some kind of, snap liquidation break on, headline, whatever, I think what's going to matter most really all day is on any kind of exploration lower then do we reclaim yesterday's low? You can call it 83 to 85, the spike. And if so, then it can open up all the rotational moves that I talked about before. NQ is just maybe a little different, but I mean, we're still well above last week's high. We're kind of flirting with, on a high time frame, I'd say kind of a major pivot. I basically would call it yesterday's low to last week's high on both ES and NQ is going to be a key area. I think in particular, this 30,100 to 151, which includes last week's high on the U contract. That was a prior RTH bearish gap on the prior contract. And so I feel like that's going to be super key for quite some time anyway. So watch this 100 to 151 spot. But again, we're still well above last week's high, well above Friday's high. That's objectively reasonably constructive. Now, when you look at NQ, you could say that, okay, we put in a fair amount of volume up here into the highs, and now it looks like we might be building out a lower distribution on the week. I mean, it's Wednesday, it's a shortened week. We'll see how that closed. I think it's too early to read into that. But certainly if we get a build of volume and then a build of volume lower, and then we get a downside break and we get build of volume back in last week's range, that's a very different picture to me. But for now, we're not there yet. So again, any kind of quick traps lower, maybe we test last week's high, maybe we even test Friday's high if things get wild. The key reclaim to me is going to be this 350 to 369 spot, but I mean, broadly, you can call it yesterday's low. So that's kind of the small picture and the big picture on ES and NQ, and I'll pause and take a breath for 1 second and give you a chance for any follow-up or any questions that came across in chat.
Yeah, no, I think everyone's kind of, in the same boat, waiting, kind of in wait and see mode. Very interesting what you said about everyone de-risking. We were talking about that later. If you don't get any surprises, which it sounds like he's going to try really hard not to, shake things up, then does that sort of signal the all clear? But Scheisman reminding us we've got headline risk with Trump's presser coming out too. So
Yeah.
there's potentially some headlines that'll give people an opportunity to do some stuff if they want to, but I'm not sure you're going to get a lot of traction ahead of that Fed meeting.
Yeah, I think I saw that we have an MOU, but it doesn't actually mean anything. Maybe we'll just start lobbing some bombs, but then also we might craft a new MOU about the possibility of a future MOU. And yeah, I mean, things are very, very clear on this for sure. But it's definitely been ridiculous for sure. I don't think it matters too much. I think the Fed matters a lot, but at the same time, I don't think they're going to do anything. They're going to do anything crazy for sure. I think obviously, we had the Fed guy on a Fed day. That's amazing. I think his tone and presentation will be important. But yeah, I'm not really expecting anything too crazy. And it's not like yesterday was anything, crazy in terms of de-risking and manic selling or anything. But there was some selling. And I found that interesting. And yeah, we'll see. Does that mean that they just pile back in right away? Or not? Because I mean, you're going to have a lot of people that are going to see this, and if you're looking at the cash index, you're going to say, "Oh, this is a lower high. We're going to zero. We're a double top. It's close, but looks like a lower high on NDX or SPX." We'll see. That we're in this big multi-week balance. To me, I want to say 6 weeks, top of my head, and to me, what matters, big picture. Is the break of that range. So we came up to the top of that range, basically a back test of the all-time highs, and okay, we found some profit taking, so to me, we'll see. Yesterday took out prior day low. Do we do that again? That, starts to look a little bit more confirmatory of a longer term balance potentially forming. And I'm going to look at gold just real quick. I don't think it's doing anything, but it's worth a quick look since we've got an extra minute. Yeah, I mean, this is a tight range. There's nothing necessarily bearish about this either. We're finding acceptance back in last week's primary distribution, leaving all this behind. But this spot sitting just overhead, roughly last week's high, is kind of the gatekeeper. So I will watch what gold does today. I think the bond market matters a lot, and then you may get some moves in gold and some currencies as well. And maybe the yen. I'm keep in mind, we've got BOJ hiking. or hiked anyways. And now we get the U.S. Fed meeting. So sometimes, even though like I think the yen is like pretty much traded sideways since then, who knows how the currency markets respond as well. And anytime there's pickup in volatility in currencies or bond markets, sometimes that could translate to equities. So I'll look at all those things after today, see how it shakes out, and really tomorrow. But
and
broadly,
tomorrow, remember, we have a holiday shortened week, right? So you've got
right.
that. You had all the expirations, so you've got a lot of flow going on. So tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. Once we get the Fed out of the way, I think you'll get an idea how people are feeling. But great stuff, Pharm. Thank you so much. Good luck to you today. We'll see you later.
Take care.
Okay, everybody's kind of split in the poll today. It's a third right across. Bullish, bearish, neutral. Everybody's kind of waiting to see what happens for the Fed. As we've said many times, keep your eye on the headlines. We have a Trump presser coming out. Again, he's already tweeting about it, so I'm not sure we're going to get any new news, but just watch out for that. And then we will be back with the Fed special starting at 1:45 through the announcement. And we've got Blake Morrow joining us as well as the panel. So we'll continue to break down what to expect there. But in the meantime, it's time to trade the open with Leo and Kane.
Mr. Leo?
I should find that mute button before we roll to live. What's going on, brother?
Wait, am I muted or are you?
No, I was.
Oh, I was going to say, you made me think I was muted, but my
that would be totally
screen.
funny where I could gaslight you into thinking that you were muted when you actually weren't.
You could have done that,
and see
honestly.
how long it went.
I had to restart my PC, so normally when I do that, my microphone messes up. But how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Trading's the overnight session was a little bit boring, but before that, I will cover off the very brief news in prop. There is actually not a lot that's been done that's gone on this week. The headline right now, Fundanext has followed the market trend of rolling out into like I guess an IB or more of a market. It's a broker route. So you can basically transfer your payouts from Funded Next futures or Funded Next CFDs into Funded Next markets. No currency conversion, etc. The standard stuff that you can always expect. And they've improved their profit splits on their flex accounts to 95%. That sale is, I think it's a sale. It's live now. They have a bunch of sales running, including their Bolt offer. But honestly, that is actually all that's really gone down. You've got very little going on. And I think, I'm aware of a lot of things going on in the background, but nothing that I can really talk about right now because it's just not surfacing. There are a bunch of sales going on. Don't want to make this a sales show. But obviously, if you're looking to buy a prop account, obviously Tradeovate prop, most of the firms are running pretty decent discounts right now. So yeah, that's really it. Honestly, everything else is completely caught up.
Yeah.
So, anything from your end?
I've actually been testing two features that Tradeovate and NinjaTrader are working on. One of them is the current lockout feature, locks everything. So this would allow you to lock out by account. So if you have 5 accounts or whatever, you could lock out 1 or 2, any combination of them.
Yep.
So that's nice. That seems to be working well. And then the other one is the group trade feature for ATMs. So you could trade OCO brackets while you're group trading, copy trading. A few things gave them feedback on with that. So hopefully that that gets rolled out just as quick as the updated lockout feature. So that's I know it's in the works. We can never discuss timelines because that's out of our control. But I think it's important for you guys to know that NinjaTrader is working very, very aggressively in the background to bring these things to the table. And the most important thing always is platform stability, which NinjaTrader has a long history of having excellent, stability. So those are always the top of mind anytime we're testing new features and trying to get them out there.
Yeah. Yeah, likewise. It's I think a lot of people were missing that feature, especially the individual lockout stuff. It's working well from the testing that I've done. Um, so yeah, I think it's good. Have you traded at all today?
No, I did trade last night. Just I was testing some other another platform and put on an ES trade, believe it or not, Kane. But I had to sit in it for 2 hours.
You did what?
I traded ES. I literally had to sit in the trade for like 2 hours.
So you betrayed us. You went back to the dark
Trade.
side.
Oh, no. Look. We're not going back. It was just a short, a brief stint into the dark side.
Betrayal.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, so on the lockout feature, another thing that they added that I feel like I specifically asked for was if you set a daily profit target or a daily loss limit, you can go back into Trade and then readjust it, right? It's kind of like a fake risk setting. This new update locks you out once you hit those limits. So you can't go back and adjust it necessarily, which is great because, in my opinion, if you set something up, you shouldn't be able to go back and readjust it later.
I agree. And I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that was implemented actually. I think it was needed though.
Will NinjaTrader have a stop loss and a take profit? Yes, they have had that with the ATM strategy. So I would just look up or Google, NinjaTrader ATM strategy, and you will see it.
Yeah, to be honest, the way I'm using Trade at the moment is if I have take profit, like a P&L profit in mind, I use the DOM actually because you can have the P&L show on the DOM.
Right.
Yeah. So I've been doing that, the showing estimated P&L, which I think is pretty good actually.
Okay, so we
Okay.
have Trump speaking at 8:30.
Yeah, like in that's in
23 minutes.
23 minutes, yeah.
And then the FOMC later today.
Absolute bullshit, isn't it?
We are just gonna get whipped around. No?
Are you in for some whiplash?
No.
Me neither. Me neither. And also, I kind of got not my ass handed to me this morning, but I was short into the current overnight high and got stopped out there. Watched it run a lot lower. Longed around, when did I long? Along the 6 o'clock PO3 that I was trying to look for. Got stopped break even. And actually, that was annoying. And then I caught along just earlier, basically recovering some of my loss from the previous stop out and a little bit of profit. So
Nice.
I'm not trying to throw the kitchen sink at today, that's for sure. And word of warning to you, especially, and the chat, I'll be leaving 15 minutes early today. I got to head into London to meet up with Delhi and the team.
Nobody approved that. I didn't approve that.
Well, I approved that. All right. And the traffic will be bad because it's rush hour.
Chat, what do we think? Do we approve this? Quitter? Nope.
Quitter. Nope.
Nobody approves.
Delhi had the martini glass. That's like a cheers to
Yeah,
that.
he's just saying drinks up, but he didn't say I approve.
Wow.
Let the Duke go. No.
Duke go, yeah.
One person approves. Like 7 people denied. Anthony Crudele overrules the chat. I mean, that's fair.
If I'm late, he'll come up with some bullshit punishment. So I'm not being late. All right. I'm not being late. It's not happening.
Chat, we gotta make him late. We gotta figure out how to make him late.
I need to get my parking space, which is right outside the restaurant, so I can get a ticket and go from there. But yeah, overall, this kind of market doesn't look too hot. Kind of hot for some of the trade. Like, right idea this morning from like some sort of pullback into discount. It kind of hit. I'm going to take a long off of that back up into that 50%. That little look lower, immediate V shape. Naturally, I would look to long this out of here. Gun to my head, Kane, you have to take a trade. I would look to long this out of here. But we have Trump speaking at 8:30, 9:30 EST, and I just have no idea what he's going to say. So if anyone does know what he's going to say, let me know. And if not, I think we have to wait. It's going to have to be a 10 o'clock doozy. Sneak in, feed the pups laxatives. See, man, dude, that's mean. Why would you do that to my puppies? That's so mean. He's gonna say me. Yeah, probably.
We're turning on the Delta leg to leg.
Oh, thank you.
The free version.
Why is it yellow?
Well, you see, the person that wrote the code, he's a big fan of green.
Okay, listen. Is this the same? Is this the person I think it is?
Of course.
Listen, dude of the man, we may have to fix this. It's not too conducive on my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this right now. Damn.
Some changes here. Show leg to leg.
So is this we have the freedom and the Kane leg to leg?
Did you
What's this called?
Kane leg to leg?
Yeah, I think so. What's the name of this?
Move allows you just to move around the chart without hitting the control button, which is amazing. You can just move around the chart. You don't need to hit that control button.
Is the leg to leg got a name right now?
I mean, it's always been named leg to leg. I don't know if you can name anything else really without causing me to have a panic attack.
Did you hear that? Dudison, did you hear that? We're gonna have to rename it now.
The new one. Oh, he's telling me the new one has some of the red and blue defaults. Oh, weird.
I need that. I need to see that huge red at the low, you know? That's what I need to see.
Yeah.
That guy that's trying to sell the low. I need to see that because that's when I know that he's about to get fucked.
You know, that's kind of violent language, Kane. Do you think you can say something nicer about these people?
Maybe Kane's leg is an option. Sell the rights to him, Leo. Sell the rights. How much are you selling it for? Free, but you can pay me $5 for it, as always. And is it available to try yet? I don't believe so, but when it is, Leo and team will let you know.
Well,
Ninja meet tomorrow. Let's go. That's true. This time tomorrow, I will be in London with the NinjaTrader team, and in 26 hours, the NinjaTrader event will be kicking off. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys, whoever's coming. Beers are on me? Sure. I will buy everyone a beer on Deli's card.
Oh, I did. I found it. Okay. I was loading the wrong one. Hang on. Let's see what happens now. Oh, shit.
Oh, damn. Look at it. It's almost like it's the one. It looks like the one.
Mm-hmm.
It just needs to be zoomed in a bit. I can't really see the numbers, you know?
Yeah, don't worry. We'll fix that.
Okay, good. Deli's got one of these fancy cards, right? So what I do is I go, oh, that one looks really cool. Let me look at it. Yoink to the bar. Falls through every time. Need a name as good as Freedom. Yeah, maybe we'll auction off the naming rights. I say we. I have no involvement in the naming rights. It's Leo. Leo has full ownership of that. But oh, you know what I should have gone over is the fact that AJ is going to live forever now because he met Brian Johnson.
That was crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah,
He sent me that pic, like real time, and I was like, "Oh my god, a legend!"
that's nuts.
Sorry, just trying to figure out the how to move it. There we go. So then,
Did you see my tweet about me being about Larry Page and Elon Musk?
no,
So Larry Page is worth 304 billion and Elon Musk is worth 1.3 trillion. So I am actually closer to being as rich as Larry Page than Larry Page is to being as rich as Elon Musk.
does that help you sleep at night?
Not really, because I'm about $304 billion short. Well, actually, he's worth 304.4. So I'm about 304.399 billion less than Larry Page. Yeah. It's crazy though, isn't it? SpaceX, $2.2 trillion 4 days after IPO. It's crazy. Someone said in the chat, you're closer to me than Larry, bro, and that should scare you. That's funny. That's good. That's really good.
I like that.
Work hard, Kane. Don't buy lattes and you'll get there. True. Make your coffee at home.
Just need to make these numbers pop a little harder. Oh, too pink. That'll work for now. Can you see it now, Kane? Are you happy?
Yeah, I can see it. That's good. So someone just responded to my tweet. How much money would I have to spend per day to burn through $1.3 trillion, assuming now no growth at all? If I lived for 50 more years, I should have zero by the end of the 50 years. Grok's response: to spend exactly $1.3 trillion over 50 years with no growth and end at zero, you would need to spend 71.23 million per day, assuming 365 days of the year. That's roughly 26 billion per year. That's a lot of money. It's an absurd amount of money, actually. I could definitely lose that much in NQ each day.
I'm sorry as you've answered this many times, but I want to know your opinion about this. Do you see any problems using Oh, that's funny.
What? That's a good question. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, friends, listen, I've been very, very outspoken about this. Pax even feels the same strong way, is that friends don't let friends back adjust their charts.
He actually no. He's saying use the continuous non-back adjusted. So it shows you the previous contract, but it doesn't back adjust.
Oh, yeah, that's the only way to do it.
That's the only way, yeah. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
It's a good question because a lot of people will load up ESU now, right? I think it's ESU.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll load up U and then they'll go, oh, the date, on some trading platforms, they'll go, oh, the data in, 5, 6 days ago or whatever, it looks like ass, like,
Yeah.
and it does. So you just load up the continuous, but have the front facing contract is the contract you execute on. But then you don't back adjust. Yeah, because if we just play devil's advocate right now and we back adjust NQ previous, this recent high at 31,000 more or less didn't trade all time high because the back adjust chart says that NQ traded 31,092. You turn back adjusted off, and suddenly that is not the case, and NQ traded all time high on Monday, Tuesday. So suddenly you have back adjusted on, you're aiming for something that doesn't exist.
That's my whole point, is you're referencing levels that were never traded.
Yeah. I used this analogy the other day. No one on Monday in, the real world is sat there on Monday or Tuesday like, oh, I can't wait for NQ to trade 31,096 again because it never traded there. Where did that come from, man, dude? It's quite. Has he got one leg and a hook, or what? What happened?
That was funny. One leg and a hook.
Yeah, Leo Garcia. Basically, the answer is continuous is fine. Don't back adjust and ensure that whatever platform you're trading on will give you the option to, one, pick which contract executes underneath, or two, executes on the contract with the most volume. That's the general rule of thumb, is always the best. Oh no, he doesn't, does he? Kane, would you tweet? Why did you? What? I did not tweet that. Why am I falling for this rage bait? If you want to look at longer time profiles, then if you didn't back adjust, you will not see a distorted volume profile. Price will get adjusted per volume, or area of high volume will still remain. Yeah.
Wait. If you hold on, if you want to look at longer time frame profiles, then if you don't back adjust, you will not see the distorted.
He's saying that if
The
you
volume. Okay, so here's the other thing. If you back adjust your chart and you're looking at volume profiles, then you're looking at low volume nodes and high volume nodes that don't even
But I think he's actually
that weren't
saying
even
that.
there.
I think he's actually saying that.
Oh, okay.
I think he's saying if you back adjust, you will see distorted volume profiles. Price will get adjusted, but volume
Yeah.
or area of volume will still remain.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So he was saying that will remain there, but actually price would have moved, and this volume thing over here that you're looking at doesn't exist there because
Yeah.
Or it does exist there, but the chart doesn't say that it does. I don't know. Again, I don't use volume and I don't back adjust, so it doesn't really matter to me.
I read a whole article on this. It's out there somewhere with examples of the volume profiles and everything.
How do we know if it's continuous on NT? I'll let you answer that.
It's in the tools settings. General. I can't remember. I only had to, it's like you said it one time and you never look at it again.
What a cool name, Vape Lord 1391.
Somebody's going to tell me tool settings, market data, merge, non-back adjusted. There you go. Amp trades with the W.
Tell you what, though, the roll this week actually did fuck my head up a little bit.
Because it was the gap and then the actually
I was
the
like,
gap.
why the fuck are we up 600 points? Does that make sense?
there's this the actual gap and then the roll gap.
There's like 100 points from roll and 100 points from.
Yeah, it's definitely a little disturbing, I would say. But whatever.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, it used to barely matter because rates interest rates have been zero for perpetuity.
How much do I think that someone needs to capitalize on one NQ, like full NQ? Factoring in the fact that you wanna take a stop out on it, want to have money to take a couple of stabs at it a day. One NQ in this market can set you back like what, $600, $700, $800, probably a little bit more. At that point, you're talking like 10, 15K, right? Yeah, minimum. But also, I think the reality there is it's not like 10K per mini. I think you have 10K to trade minis. If you want to trade 5 minis, you probably need 20K. You're just gonna have less lives. But yeah, ultimately, there's nothing stopping you trading micros with 10K. Looking forward to new Fed Chair Randy Marsh's first FOMC press conference.
What's this guy look like? Is he nice? Is
I
he
have
a
no
dork?
idea.
Let me look it up. Randy what?
Randy Marsh.
Wait, that's South Park. What are you guys doing?
Oh, I
Trying to
don't
troll
know.
me?
New FOMC chair. It's Kevin Walsh. I don't even know. I haven't even cared. He looks like Sam Altman from afar.
Yeah.
It's a joke, by the
I
way.
think the memes of Powell were just the best. Can you top them? Can you really top that?
Him with the money printer.
Mm-hmm.
That was the best.
I don't know. 2 minutes until the open. He is going to implement continued repression, devalue the dollar, and raise rates.
He's going to have the US Treasury buy Bitcoin. Not like buy singular Bitcoins, just buy the entire thing. Anyway, chat, we're coming up to the open. Please like the stream. We appreciate all of you. Good luck. We all need it today. Remember that Trump is scheduled to speak at any point from here to ever. And we have the FOMC raid later on. So it may be a good idea to just do nothing, and we watch and we do nothing. Thumb it up. Spiking it into the opium. Oh. They're just going to keep selling it down. Tough one. Tough. Really wouldn't mind getting long off of like 458.
Doing nothing is excellent advice on FOMC day. I agree. It's a great day to touch grass, go to the beach, go to the pool, hit the golf
Go have
course.
a dinner with Deli. I agree.
Yeah, go have a dinner with Deli, even. Would be cool if NinjaTrader took live phone calls like Lost Dog or Tasty Live. That would be insane.
Yeah, but honestly, you have to vet the people so much that they're not going to say something completely out of line.
Yeah.
We get trolled in chat. You give someone a telephone, and oh my gosh. So suddenly everyone's going to be like calling up about tiramisu and why back adjusted charts are the real deal.
This will be a bearish day to close the remaining gap.
Maybe.
Nobody wants to hear from the chat. I don't know. They gave me a good trade the other day. I let the chat control my trade.
How did that go?
It won.
Nice.
It was a winner.
Oh. Are we going to do it? The overnight low on ES is just right there, so we really have to wait for that.
Ooh.
That was the long that I wanted. I think it's gone now. If they stuff it here, though, I could slap some cells. Okay, I'm going to break even already.
Did you get short?
Yeah, 461.5.
Okay.
Only one, but I kind of want to see that ES overnight low go. If they bring it back, they can have it. I'm not attached to it, but it just kind of made sense.
The higher time frame, we're just kind of in the middle of this fat distribution. It's not like there's really nothing that's clear line in the sand for me. So I just kind of prefer to wait and see how the open plays out. The one sentence out of Trump's mouth could send it or
True.
dump it.
Could send it in the direction I want, which is down.
How do you handle old macro levels? Honestly, I don't move anything. If if there was a significant LVN at 30,400, and then we get a new contract, I'm keeping that LVN at 30,400. Most of the stuff though is automated for me, except for these two orange lines, the boxes and the volume profile, etc. They're automated based on just pure logic. So it takes me out of the process of marking up my charts so that I'm applying the same logic and criteria for why areas are important or not important. And also I don't really try to overthink it. I think with some of this stuff and trading, we can get really washed into the just like opening a can of worms where it's not necessary. And that's a lot of, like, I do that. We all do that. And I think generally speaking, if you're trying to get down into, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Like sometimes that's important to like talk about it and go through that work, that like thought flow or whatever. And sometimes it's important to recognize that, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't overthink this too much and just go with what's working. Why those LVNs and not the others? I was just saying, I was using that as an example. $420 guys here.
He's turning up a lot.
He's in your way.
I got out of the way. They got me.
Will I get the new Lucid Air? No, I just bought a car.
I think I could buy this though. They're looking pretty nice here. Dicks.
R2Y, decently strong open.
Proudly bought. I used to short those. Yeah. Gave it a chance. They come back for it, kind of showing their hand, aren't they? I'll give it another chance. If they can tag me in here. Don't like that too much. That 5-minute mid on ES looked pretty good.
To the tick on a Q. It's just
really?
not a setup for me because we didn't break the
Bingo,
OR.
yeah. I know, sir. Oh, I'm flipping between long and short here. I'm just gonna let it. I'm just gonna chill out. Okay, this looks good. Either ES holds or it's just gonna free fall. They actually stopped me fucking, well, they deviated a little bit more, but that sucks. It's not very nice of them. Come on, the overnight lows have got to go. You wouldn't take the OR short because the first five it didn't trade below the first 5 minutes of the range.
Yeah, there was no break of the opening range to the downside, so it's technically not part of the setup. I'll take it sometimes, but it just wasn't part of. It's not part of the backtesting data that I have. RTY ripping. Kind of like a long here, but that overnight low. Oh, that's far away. Keep making me think we were close to that overnight low.
No, I mean just the London session low. Sorry, like I said overnight low, but
Okay.
I need to get a stop in here. It's all working. I'm going break even really quickly because I'm just really conscious of the fact that we have the potential of Trump just speaking.
Any moment.
Yeah,
Tracy,
exactly.
is he on the mic yet? This is my first summer trading futures. Does it slow down like the stock market during the summer? Yeah, normally, absolutely it does. It's been a little bit more spicy this summer currently because, well, Trump is the president.
Quick on that bias. See what you want to do. What do you mean? This is just like a super low time frame, 4 hour hourly PO3 with ES. We took out the hourly low on NQ, reclaim back inside. This is just a very me trade. I just want to see it close up here now in the next 5 minutes. And if we do, then great. We call it lower day. If not,
I'm shorting this OR mid.
my stop's in,
It's a spicy short. Just because of the reaction at those lows is pretty strong.
Oh, that's not where I anticipated it to be.
No dice. We might get another stab at it. But no, not at all.
Looks pretty fucking big.
Yeah, the reaction at those lows, the monthly open down there, um, you know, it was a very strong bid out of that low. I actually wanted to be long, which I said, but I did want to take a stab at that or mid short.
Does anyone remember the setting on how I make it so I can move around on trade of eight on the chart? Chart settings. Turn the grid off. auto fit chart.
I wasn't going against Kane. I was just trading my setup.
I took it personally, Leo.
You did. I'm sorry. I'll give you a hug after the stream is over.
Legend. Thank you for who just told me that it's in the chart settings. Thank you very much. My order is not showing on TradeAway though. Show trade lines. Where is that? Honestly, just depends right now. I think I can just potentially hold this for a while. I absolutely hate they didn't take that London low though. I'll probably cut this soon. I mean, it's a lot of money for one mini, 2.5K. We'll lock in like 1K profit. How about that?
Getting that resistance right at prior month high.
Look at those guys at the high just trying to buy the fuck out of it, just getting absolutely ruined. Would you buy the mid now?
Yeah, I would consider it.
Sad because my stop's at 466 right now. Who keeps buying this? Them. They. It.
What does Leo's cap say? It says Unk.
Honestly, I think my final target on this right now is just high of day. Or maybe even like a full break into 600s.
I'm gonna get frisky with this one, I guess. Um, I'm only in 6. I'll add if we get down to these 83s. And really, my stop will be pretty aggressive because I want to look for that reentry on the mid. I may just take a stop and then look for the reentry versus adding. Okay. Now I'm in full, semi-full.
I kind of want to add. I think I might drag this back down and add.
Really want to see this. We get pushed out of this open. Kind of right or right out scenario here.
Which indicator? On the right? It's just called TLM HTF candles by when it's lunch. Come on, get above 900s, please. Okay, and I hope you bought low of the day. The current day. I was too busy looking at where my trade was to not buy this. I added 91
I'm reducing this position because we're not going. No, I got stopped. But now I have the opportunity to just reposition, obviously a better price, but I need to see something change here. It's pretty choppy open.
It's a horrible ad from me. They can get me. I would just re-enter.
Back in starter here at 57.
ES looks good though. That's the only thing that's really keeping me bullish.
Alrighty. Clearly I'm on the wrong side here. That rejection off the prior month high is pretty strong.
They're holding these 430s. If they hold these, then I'm still bullish, to be honest. 48, 48, 48, 48. Come back down to 48 maybe. 48, 48. Pricks. In fact, I'd even just get my initial stop, my break-even stop entry, 54s. No. 55s trade, not 54s. Do you think they heard me?
Yeah.
RTY and YM have the cleaner open. You know what you can do, Cooper? You can trade them.
You can trade them. All right, let's see what we do down here. I'm just going to get back in right in this low volume area. Oh for 3 for me.
See, these 30s are just the area.
Ain't pretty. Yeah.
For me. My stop is just in a really shit place because they could just grab it and go again.
Where's your stop?
426s at the current leg low.
And they literally just grab my stop to run it. It's not my day. About time to have a loser on stream. Recommendations for traders constantly getting pinged out, mixed feelings about widening stops. No, I'm not going to revenge trade. No, I think if you find yourself always like that, like we just saw, if you find yourself kind of constantly getting just barely tagged out of a trade, what I would do is just reduce your position size overall. Thanks, Italian guy. I would reduce your position size overall and then, yeah, use a wider stop and then see how that develops over time. So your actual risk that you're taking is the same, right? If you use a 15-point stop and you're trading 3 lots, then reduce your position to 2 and then maybe use a 20-point stop, right? Make the math work so that your risk is the same on every trade. That way, you can figure out, are you just getting bad entries, or do you just, your strategy, just based on the way you're trading, do you just need those extra points, that wiggle room? There's another thing with when the vol is higher, which is not higher today, it's very whippy. When the vol is higher, you can expect that any average 5-minute bar
Not this anymore.
is going to have a higher level of volatility. So just by randomness, the market's moving and bigger, the randomness of the market have bigger moves just in any 5-minute duration.
I flattened. I just didn't like it. Just zero follow
Yeah, there's really nothing here that's stellar for me. I was reaching a bit for those trades earlier and I paid for it.
It's a good cover from me. I feel good about those ones.
Currently this is a 16 point or 16 tick compression. So I'm pretty zoomed out. So if I dropped it to like 10, which is what I normally use, then you guys wouldn't even you'd be able to see the numbers.
Yeah, the thing is I like the low, especially when we're up here and we get all the way up to 530s and we come back to 400s. I want to see a rotation back up towards 500s into 600s, but we make a new low, so that's that. We take out London low on NQE. ES still holding. My trade was kind of based on ES leading, and in this chop around, ES kind of accepted its fate and is now following Nazi to the floor. So
Big reaction, yeah, from that prior month high.
yeah.
You go outside and yell at the sky. Yeah, close. All these levels down here are dying to be traded. Did Trump really say that? That's crazy.
Wow. We've got 10 a.m. coming up here, so could see a decent trade off of that potentially.
Good morning.
Good morning.
boys.
That was nice.
Welcome to the show.
Trump is
How's
speaking
trading?
at 10:30.
How's trading been this morning?
I haven't taken a trade yet.
Nothing for me.
I thought about trying to short this off the second king of, last month high slash OR high, the opening print right there. But just kind of hesitated and watched it, and now just sitting on hands.
Nick, can you please put on a hat?
No.
You'll
But
fit in.
thank you for your attention to this matter.
The chat wants you to put a hat on.
Do they though?
They do, yeah. They
They
actually said
do.
that.
They
said,
do.
Nick,
Yes,
please put on a hat.
They do. They said they are withholding their likes until you put a hat on.
Okay. I'm looking at this and I don't see anybody saying that. So,
Cal
I
71.
see.
oh, Cal,
Five
Cal
people.
71. That's a name.
Look, here they
I,
come. Here they come. Yes, please.
I don't need a hat. Good morning.
Someone wants a girl on instead.
I'm not going to comment.
You
They
gonna
can
dress
do a
up
lot
for
of
us,
things
Nick?
with AI.
I can do some stuff as my friends are slowly learning. Nobody is safe anymore.
You said you want a girl? How about 4?
We're not doing that cut. XY.
Look, I'm
Different
long here, by the
screen,
way.
different screen.
6-7.
God damn it, Kane.
What are you targeting?
Just a rebound, so like 415s, just like a 50-point push.
I really hope they get up there.
I feel like
'cause
all you guys have like
I
fancy
was
colors.
legit ready to hit the sell button right when you said that.
Oh, it's okay. This is just a
I'm actually
trade I
waiting
would
for
always
those
take.
415s to trade to see if I can get short.
Yeah, these.
I
right here,
refuse to
this
do so
low volume.
before it.
Yeah.
I
So
feel
I
like
hope
you guys
Kane
all
gets
have
his-
fancy
Oh.
colors, so I'm
Come
gonna
on.
go fancy color now too.
We're gonna get it. XY.
Hope so.
They're trying, which makes me feel really fucking bad when they get through it, because these 680s are now getting stuffed, aka me.
Oh,
We've got-
come on.
We've got all that MGI sitting at 300s. Now we're gonna take it out apparently.
Yeah, I'm not shorting until they get back up there.
Leo, did
Sure
you
they
see
will.
the Leo M period stat play out yesterday in like the last 10 seconds?
Yeah.
It was kind of wild. Like we had like ticked the stat with like in like the first minute or two of L period. And
Yeah.
then I was like, there's no chance we're like going to rotate back into range. And it looked like we were during power hour. And then out of nowhere, like in the last 10 minutes, it just makes the move lower. And then ES does it with like 30 seconds to go. It's wild.
Literally like within 10 seconds. Come on.
Oh, I literally got in one. That's fucking annoying.
Well,
Didn't
not
know Nick. The four
won a
hat.
lot,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm like catching up on the
That
chat
is.
here.
Oh, that's so annoying. Thought I was fucking adding 5. I clicked fucking 1. Well, I'm not going to be upset about that.
They're
but
gonna rotate this again.
absolute
Hey.
fuckers.
Hey, Carlin, we're XY and I are good. We've missed you too.
Who do we miss?
Carlo N or Carlon. I think it's Carlo N.
Carlo 99. Carlo N99 maybe?
Whatever it. Either way works. Dow is a rocket again. Didn't we have the rotation out
Short
of
93 here.
chips into toilet paper yesterday? I'd like the short 420 guys since that's the V range.
Yeah, I really want to see 415s at least, but softening up.
Carlon, everything together.
Carlon.
We really
They're
doing
gonna,
that?
they're gonna make me add here. I'm sorry, Leo.
Sorry, Kane.
Didn't know Nick was tatted like that. You must have missed like last summer when NinjaTrader had a graphic of like me for the Sunday Open, like literally featuring my arms crossed and the tat was like front and center, full sleeve.
All right, I want some shorts. We're in one. All right, I got one.
There we go. There we go.
That's
I got one friggin' lot.
short.
Yeah, I was trying to get 3. I sprinkled them. They tapped into 1.
You know, a little birdie on Trade the Close yesterday told me you weren't going to trade the rest of this week.
Yeah, I know. I thought about it as I was going to bed. I was like, nah, man, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
If it's like if it's easy to do so if I'm not streaming because I just don't turn on the chart.
Yeah.
Like literally just don't even turn it on. Then when you're on stream, you're like, oh yeah, let's make some money. Okay, sure.
I'm pretty good about
Like,
doing
what
it.
am I
When
gonna
say
do?
I'm
Not
gonna do it on
take this?
stream. Only doing it on stream.
Yeah, if it weren't for a stream, my chart wouldn't even be on. Let's see.
I'd be AI maxing.
Shame, shame, shame.
Where did my music go?
As we push down, I was forced to cover half of this trade.
I broke even on my one lot. I think I really do want those 415s, but
I definitely
don't
think we're going to those 300s.
yeah.
Just go to 30,000s and close the gap.
Yeah, I'm hoping today is just a down day so we can just get it done with, just make that move lower. Just don't know how they're going to do it, if they're going to do it. But it'd be nice if they can trade those 415s. Just a second.
It's so fucking annoying that I bought one down there because I got forced to add and I got stopped out because I had a shit entry, and now it's fucking up 70 points since I got in. I'm actually a little bit fucking infuriated myself.
But did you have an order for 5, but it only filled 1?
No, I marketed. I thought I marketed 5, but I marketed 1. And then I'm sat there. I'm like, oh sweet, we already got back up there. Don't want to see it come back down. I go break even. I'm like, why am I only up $600? And now we're moving. And Nikhil in the chat said, if you guys know what's best for you, you should get short. He said that at 360s, and we're now trading 400s. So
Oh man,
yeah,
you should have
Yeah.
told me that. He said that.
yeah.
Well, I believe him. Just not yet.
Oh, it's so fucking infuriating.
Did you just cover?
No, I got stopped out, bro, because I had to add because I'm not gonna hold one on this trade. It's just pathetic. I'm just not worth it. So
I know the feels when you just only get one. You're like, okay, the hell am I gonna do with this? Do I trail it? Do I just let it run? Can't just cover it.
oh, now he straddles with. I'm already in profit from higher, bro. What you said was wrong. The end.
Well, guy, whoever said it, I believe in you. I'm
So
gonna try to
fucking
get
annoying.
short too. I got one.
I didn't get any.
I would really like to short it there as well, but I just
Short the
don't.
413 here.
There we go.
Well, I wanted to give them some time to shake out and I can add more, but they just decided we're just
We're going
gonna
straight
go.
up, straight
Yeah,
down today.
yeah, no, we got no
There's no
time.
like checking for anything. It's just
Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool.
Nick, is your background always red?
No, you had a green background. XY has like the green light. Leo has blue. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna change it up because mine's usually like a sunny orange.
I had the yellow, but I don't know. The colors reset and it's not a preset, so I have to figure out how to change colors again. And
Oh,
it's a tall
mine's
task.
preset, yeah. I can't even be fun and change it with you guys. It's always green.
Tall task for your boy.
color game
All right.
lacking.
I'm gonna try to add some all the way down here in the 80s if they can show me something. Maybe
Is
the
Nick
90s.
smoking? Nick, are you smoking?
No. Do I sound like a smoker? Or am I smoking as in like I'm crazy because I didn't take the 420 guy short?
I think he might be asking, are you smoking something like meat-wise?
I'm not smoking any meats. I'm not smoking any cigarettes, and I'm not smoking any drugs. I'm trading.
Boo.
Hope that helps.
Hope this helps.
That covered a lot of
Boo.
bases.
All right,
did.
I'm
I think I
covering some
covered
from these
all
17s
aspects of
here.
smoking.
I can't cover anything because I only got one.
Yeah, it's the worst. It's the fucking worst.
I'm willing to die with it. Break even. I'll put it break.
Bro, this
Break
trade
even
is
or
gonna piss
100?
me off so
These
much. Like, they
70s
keep
are
snapping
looking
it
good.
right
They're
back.
staring at me.
They legit just keep snapping it back off of these 360s. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
Like,
think
we
we'll
know it's going to trade low. Like, that low is not safe. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's definitely
Not
going to take
safe.
out 300s.
I'm
Dang
trying to
well.
see if they can trade in the 90s for some ads.
But they're going to do something stupid like go back up to the overnight VWAP or something.
Oh my
first, watch.
God.
What's overnight VWAP? What is that right now?
Like 450 is ish. Like they'll wick out the OR mid or something. Something.
I got one added, so I'm in for two now. They are bidding. They are bidding.
I've been doing this all morning.
I'm about to have to exit this. Yep. Cool, cool. Up 50 to lose like 10 points or something.
Right, I'm out. I'm out of the rest of
Mr.
mine.
Short. Mr. Short. What's happening to us?
It's funny. Every time he comments, price goes up.
Damn.
Hey,
Just
we
keep
went to
Nikhil,
24-hour
do me
VWAP.
a favor. Just keep telling everyone to get short, please.
No,
appreciate
no,
it.
no.
I'm short
What did I
again.
do again?
I'm short again.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it again.
Yeah, I may join you.
All 4 nodes involved.
Wow, they just painted the tape. They're serious, man. They're serious.
You know,
That's rude.
I know those lows are not safe. It's
Just don't know when. That's the
Come on.
trick.
Stay alive, little guy.
I'm gonna
That's a
I'm gonna
hell
give
of a
it one more
candle
shot.
right now.
Trying to short this market with your supreme leader pumping the market with his words is crazy. You're not wrong.
Maybe we are crazy.
We
We're
are
in
actually crazy.
Done crazier
We're in
things.
a President Trump pumps the stock market and SpaceX almost doubles in 72 hours.
It's fucking nuts that.
Yeah, this is
All right, whatever.
crazy.
It's gonna stop me.
I heard the UFC fighters were paid in some kind of Trump coin.
I think that was the bonuses only.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so they dumped it. Didn't one of the guys get paid like 700K in bonuses though?
Ooh, probably Gaethje, huh?
Yeah,
Gaethje,
Gaethje. Yeah,
Gotta be Gaethje
Yeah.
if anyone's getting paid that.
he got
Like a fight of the night
Yeah.
bonus.
What is it, Dana? What someone said, are you going to do this again? He was like, we can't afford to do this again. 825. Yeah, I know he got paid a lot of money, but
Well, there's no gate to cover just expenses when you think about it.
Kane, what are you doing, and what difference would it make? What do you mean? It's such an open-ended question. Okay, I was long there. I just covered a 49 and a 4975, but yeah, I'm infuriated myself for fucking buying one at the low instead of 5. Otherwise it'd be up nice and pretty right now. I need a violin, not a piano.
Guess who's back?
It's not how I feel right now. I'm still
That was
down
a
on the
really
day.
long one. They're feeling spicy. Strip is over mid. I'm good.
Yeah, I would love to say with you guys, to be honest, but yes, just looks like it does not give a fuck about anyone or its feelings.
You're short right now, Leo?
Yeah.
I'm too scared to short right now. I'm waiting. I want to see some kind of breakdown first. Jeez.
Yeah. Nice Kane, go England. When did England play? I don't even know. How many times did we get stopped out? Too fucking many. That's how many. I took a 4 loss at the low, got back in with 1. Oh, it's just rough. 9 p.m. today. Fuck, that's going to be hectic going into London for dinner then. Versus Croatia. Time to get revenge.
All right, got this.
I like this, Leo.
It's not going. So
I know, but I like it though.
I
like
also like it, but
yeah.
ES just holding this really strong bid here. They're actually just lifting off for higher.
Fuck the ES buyers, man. Fuck them.
I wanted to short earlier, but I was waiting for ES to break into the node and it just collapsed. I was like, all right, fine. Jeez. But ES is holding much better than NQ today on the upside. Stronger tape.
They're letting it go now.
Well, you had a great long.
Thanks, XY.
You had a great long. For what
Just,
it's worth.
just didn't have enough of it.
Well.
There's just nowhere for me to enter. I agree with Nick.
Nice little dumpy there.
What did Nick say? Did I miss what Nick said?
What did I say?
I don't know. I must have missed it. Or someone
I don't even know what I said.
someone was saying that you're not saying anything.
Exactly.
Kyle, I wouldn't say that we're bullish because we left this node because I'm still looking at a higher time frame. I see that we're still building down here, well below this volume here. So intraday, yeah, if it's in that context, it is shorting against shorts that got trapped already, which is why I'm really hesitant right now. I'm waiting for this node to be left behind first, or for them to leave some sort of buy side behind. But right now they're just getting what they want. So I'm just sitting here waiting. But ultimately, I do want shorts. The market's just not giving anything on the short side. So we just sit and wait, really, for buyers to potentially fade out. It's an if then scenario, not, the buyers will fade out and I will get short. I'm going to sit and wait to see if and when they do, and I'll look to get short. But if it's going to keep going and it breaks like above the open and starts to hold new highs and build on new highs, then we'll change the plan. But right now, I'm still leaning short side. Just waiting to see something to actually take.
I got short 69s.
You're short?
For the meme, but my stop's above the high.
As soon as you said it, they're like, what?
Literally as soon as I said it. The word hadn't even finished leaving my mouth, and I watched it just fucking fly.
Yeah, ES is just lifting any offer.
What is Nick doing? Nick is literally watching price action, waiting for an entry, so I don't keep getting stopped out trying to short this thing yet.
You need to be getting into trades while speaking to chat and while other parts of chat are ridiculing your trades.
Yes.
That's the life we live here.
That's the influencer game right
Getting
there.
a trade. Now that you're in a trade, hey, your trade sucks, by the way. And like you're sitting in heat and you're like, well, yeah, I can see that.
Yes, I do see my trades.
I
Trade
do.
shaming.
I can see that.
Do I add?
I try to limit into some short here. Okay. Market said nah.
There we go.
My stop is like less than a third of the ATR. I should probably just give it some room as soon as I get in. 107 lots.
Did I trade like this when I made the record? No, I was a bit more conservative, to be honest, but I'm more annoyed at myself right now than anything else because I'm supposed to be in a pretty good long.
Pretty good is
a fucking
understatement.
Yeah.
It's the trade of the day right now.
So I'm just now trying to hate sell it because I don't want it to go up because I'll be more annoyed than if it fucking goes down.
Hate selling, my favorite pastime. Right next to hate watching.
We have a lot of hate watchers today, so we don't need to add to that.
I'm used to it.
I think Kane brings out the hate watchers. Everyone just loves to hate watch Kane for some reason.
They do.
Hey, I love to hate watch me as well. Don't worry about it. It's my favorite thing.
What up, Jose?
Is this like broken?
This is a 1 minute. This is a 1 minute for my chart. Now XY is gonna blame the chat. No. I'm responsible for my own losses, that's for sure.
I'll happily blame the chat today. Thank you. Appreciate you guys taking the blame.
Actually, you said earlier that chat helped you because whoever said that you're an idiot for shorting caused the rally.
Oh, Nikhil, yeah, he's short from like what 365s. That guy's having he's having a bad day.
I'm having a bad day. New
I'm having the
highs.
worst day though.
Oh, look at ES.
Good entry, right idea, shit execution from me. The end. I would have held on to it, but I didn't expect it to go this far. And I took a full stop out, so I needed to get a full position on. And then
Ooh.
I quite literally got restopped out at 349, which marks the reoffer low.
Market got shame X5 for trading today. Yeah. Yeah, I told myself, sure, take some trades, but it's got to be small size.
I wish I had mods so I could check people's message history. Because when people are like, I've been saying this for the last 10 minutes, when I check on my streams, they typically never have been doing that. That's not the hate at you, Felix. Maybe you have, but
Chat is spicy today.
good
How many
morning,
ticks is
Norseman.
Delta leg to leg? Probably like 20 ticks. I don't have a set like preference on tick compression. It's just I just want to see the numbers and be able to have the whole day's range in view. So I don't like to zoom in on things and I can't see the whole range. And just any tick compression where I can see the numbers, it's good enough for me. So it changes as the range changes. There's no
Oh, my
there's
days
no
are getting worse.
secret setting or anything like that. So it's probably a good rebid here somewhere. And I may have missed it. This is quite an hourly candle, huh?
I feel like
Yeah.
Dang. Definitely
Gets out the low,
not.
takes out the high.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's building strong too. Tape is fading to the downside right now, but I'm not convinced.
why do I feel like that was the range short?
Apparently, I am fucking blind, Metal Man. That's the truth. The high needs to be higher. Amen to
Good,
that.
good morning, Norseman.
Big buying here. I want to get in.
I always forget to turn the chat on live chat instead of top chat.
Oh, I have it on top chat as well. Does that mean that there's different?
Yeah,
What's
some
what's
might slip through the cracks.
Oh, okay.
Stowe told
Damn.
me that.
wait, I don't understand. What's live chat and top chat? What?
Yeah, I don't know why, and how the YouTube thing works. So
There's only one. What?
I don't know. Wrong person to ask.
Where's Stowe? Oh, wait. Stowe's going to be here in 30 minutes.
Yes.
He will be here to save you because you decided you can't be here the whole time today.
Yeah.
Also, he's probably going to dunk on all four of us because he's probably along somewhere down there in the three
Let's not go there.
somethings.
He's long from the 420s for sure.
Oh, he
No
definitely is
question.
at least long from there.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm trying
sorry,
to get
boys.
long now.
If you, XY Nick, if you're not aware, I will be leaving you in 15 minutes.
almost like you have somewhere more important to be.
Blame Delhi. He decided to pick lunch at 6 p.m.
Oh, that's
Lunch,
right.
dinner.
Is that tonight?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's right. I'll be pitching everyone's pay rises at dinner after a few wines. So if everyone, suddenly gets bumps, then,
Beautiful, beautiful. Love to hear it. Got to make it back from the losses in the market today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Gonna run off a massive bill at Beast. I want
Kane's
affiliate
gotta
commissions
get
there.
us our get back.
I'm taking Delhi around town to all my favorite spots, and I'm just gonna kick back. Get chat paid too. Yeah, you want a pay rise, Robin? No worries, bro. I'll put in a word. But if I tell Delhi that chat wants a pay rise, he's gonna ask me what the like count was today. So we better make sure that
Something
that's
tells me they don't like
impressive.
us much today.
Yeah. It's funny, right? Every time I stream on Traderfy TV, I always hustle them to give away more accounts than they're supposed to.
Who chat does?
They're
Hey,
allowed
you
to
gotta
give away like
respect it. You gotta
two to three
respect it.
accounts a session. And then I go in, I'm like, we should let people double it or 5x it. And today, someone won a double and someone won a 5x on their accounts. So they gave away 7.
Gotta respect it, man. Well played, well played.
Actually.
Other chat.
Yeah, I'm just out here hustling for the chat. When chat are nice to me, I go extra hard for chat.
There's a lot of selling coming in here.
I think Nick's right. I think it's just going to be a range.
Yeah, it's moving through.
Until Warsh gets to the mic, it's very possible. You didn't know we have a new Fed Daddy today, officially.
Yeah,
The
what was
debut,
chat?
huh?
Chat told us it's the
debut.
guy from South Park today, actually. We fell for that. Randy Marsh, that's it, yeah.
Did you get a short XY?
No, I got a long, but I scratched out of it for like 3 points. Trying to see if they can hold this like a halfway point right here where VWAP is. Tape is still really negative, so I'm not going to give it much of a leash. Trying to get as greedy as possible with this entry. Well, ES is telling a different story right now.
Working his way.
ES is going to die.
Going to zero?
Maybe
Absolute
close.
zero?
Close.
Oh, what the fuck? It's locked me out. Not logging back in.
Is this where I need to get long? Or are we just going to rotate the 300s and finally take all of that out and we're all idiots for not jumping on?
This hourly candle looks way different right now than just 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, it took that high and died. You really called the top on that. What did Trump say?
Anybody in the chat going to the London event to meet Kane in person?
Oof. No, they took me out fast.
Kane's gonna have to screen them. Like, what's your username? Make sure that they weren't one of the trolls.
Have you said anything mean about me?
Yeah. Were you mean?
Yeah, I'm going to be like, me and Sav, I'm gonna be like, what's your YouTube username? Right, bring it up, go through the chat history.
Yeah. Let's see
You're
your
not coming
chat.
in.
Let's see your comment history, bud.
Yeah, none of you got to experience what Stowe and I did, which is like actually meeting screen names in real life and people like introducing themselves as if they are a normal human and then saying, "Oh, I'm XYZ whoever" in the chat. And it's like such a weird, like surreal thing to like only know people by screen names. So they have to physically say that.
That's funny.
Oh man, they took my stop out and just had 4 on down there too at the lows.
A bunch of them. A bunch of people will be at the event that are in the chat.
Oh, it's a
Dude,
nasty
this is really weak.
They both reoffered the 30-second opening range and died.
I can't even get short right now. They're just like running away from any order that I put out.
Yep. Did it again. Semis holding up NQ. Are they?
It's going to be tough to get some ads on this.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm only in for 2 right now. I wanted to see them hold the 30s and the 40s for a bit, but now that we're just trading lower, I think it's over for them.
It's over for those guys.
It's over. It's over.
Certainly has FOMC day vibes.
I got a third.
Base X is finally red. Well, have you checked the, whatever we said yesterday, the 3X leverage product that already exists for some reason? 3X leveraged long, I believe.
Oh, wow.
ETF already? Like there is already.
How can that be?
Because more leverage, Leo.
That's going to end well.
No, probably won't. I did say, like, I'm wondering how fast this thing is going to like delta squeeze whenever there are options. I mean, someone said there's already options too, but I don't know if that's true.
There are options. We're trading on Tuesday.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, actually.
So yeah, we're gonna pull Tesla in 2021 and just delta squeeze this thing to $3 trillion valuation. Why not?
That sounds healthy.
Wow, ES is really going for it. How about NQ follow?
XY, I'm pretty close to Blood Code Spirals remix. I'm listening to a bunch of the ones that I made last night, and it's like, all right, that's close, and that's kind of fire. So,
man, you've been cooking.
Like I hear it in my ears, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we got it. Actually, it's good trading music. Never thought of that.
I'm scratching out of this break even here. They gave me 30 something points and went all the way back. I do not want to hold on to that. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I don't like that.
Morford, yes, I did get your email last night about the candle footprint indicator you built. I can put you in contact with the team to get it listed if you want to, go through all of that fun stuff so you can actually get credit for it. He built a like delta footprint candle indicator thing for NT and he wanted to release it for free.
That's cool.
So yeah, I can put you in touch with that team. We can figure out how to get you in contact with the validation and approval and all that fun stuff.
Okay, I guess I should have held the short. All right. Guess I should have held it. Good execution, huh, guys?
Flawless.
Flawless, dude. Flawless.
He's human after all.
Insane.
420 guy angry.
Angry boy.
He's always angry.
Zach, I can't speak for OFL, but the long conversation I've always had with Leo is there's no real, tick by tick data in TradingView. So it kind of changes the whole order flow tool things, which is why you don't really see them true ones on there. Doesn't work the same.
They have like volume profile now, right?
We did. There is a way. We found a way to port over some of the levels.
Like historical, or it's like a workaround API thing?
It's a API thing.
Got it.
But, and this is a big but, we're not very sure of the reliability of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I wouldn't necessarily trust any true, the volume by price information, that's literally just a quantity, but the true delta of said volume is where you need kind of accurate tick data. And that's something you've never really been able to get in TradingView, or you do, but it's like an institutional level price, which is absurd. And I never understood that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's because they offer it not per product. They offer it across the board. So it's just silly.
If they had a reliable way for us to send levels via an API, and it worked well, we would definitely do it. But there is a way to do it. It's just convoluted. So we're just not sure if it's worth the headache. Who do you need to email every day? There's about 3,300 employees at TradingView. Find the one that's responsible for making those decisions, and then contact that person.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have a feeling there's a reason they haven't done it, and it's an architectural rebuild of a whole ingestion engine. I would have a feeling it's not a simple thing, and there's probably a reason they never did it. But what do I know?
I mean, their platform's built for the average Joe, and the average Joe doesn't need to take data.
I mean, they're
basically
good at what they do.
Yeah. What's their ridiculous stat? They have 100 million, 200 million users or something silly. I don't know.
I mean, personally, I think it'll be really useful, especially for futures traders when there's individual stocks. That will be a big benefit. Stock futures.
Yeah, I'm gonna be trading Costco futures by myself, apparently.
Do you guys want to see something pretty cool here? If the production switched over to my screen for a second. So the new leg to leg volume profile is a little more advanced. So it has the session volume profile, the session delta profile, so you can have those or turn them off. It has the current leg of the volume and delta, but in addition to that, it has the prior leg volume and delta to the left. So if you wanted to see what happened at any level in the past, you can look to the left and be like, oh, there was all this negative delta in here. We push up, and now you can watch what's happening now. So you can compare and contrast what happened in the past to what's happening now in that leg, at those same price levels. So it's pretty cool. Little nice touch feature there from the king. Not me. I'm talking about the guy that actually, the smart person that actually
Yeah, it's me. Thank
is
you.
helping me put it together. Okay, it's Kane.
Kane's like, just say my name.
Just say my name.
You said smart person. They already know who it is.
I'm gonna leave you guys with that note. I've got to bounce.
All right, brother. We'll see you.
It isn't me,
Yeah.
chat, by the way, before you message me about it. It's definitely not me. All right.
Is
Anyway,
this
I
on
appreciate
NT?
you, boys.
Yes, it's on NT. It's the free one that we're gonna put out there.
Stowe, I know you're joining soon. Hi and bye. Hope you're well. He's on mute. Can't see him. Can't hear me. Ciao.
All the way back up? Is that how it is? Nah. All right, I'm gonna try short here. Tight stop again. Okay. Okay, I don't know what happened, but I like it.
What is happening?
What are we doing?
I don't know what's going on.
This is good for my short, right, guys?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just gonna cover the whole thing. All right, we made a lot. Oh my goodness, we made a lot of money.
There. Okay, we took it
Don't
all
let
out.
anyone tell you I ain't a market maker.
My data.
Thank you, Peace Talk
lagging.
Tape. Shoot.
Hang on.
I made a lot of money.
I told you that 300 was getting tagged.
Oh yeah.
Did we not?
Bro. I'm being with that one. I've been getting washed all day. And Trump decides, you know what? I can't let XY go out like that. And now I'm up pretty big.
The man literally looked or said to me last week was just like something peace talk tape. And
I got so lucky. You guys want to know why I got short? I mean, I've been wanting the short because we broke earlier, but I just saw buyers get left behind for a second, and I started getting in shorts, and then the tape happened. So the analysis can't go much further than that. I'll go over it tonight. What I saw in the DOM, it was a build up. They went up, built higher, they built even higher, and then they lost a build and lost a second build, which to me was like, okay, if they're gonna go down, it's gotta be now because they lost two builds. And Trump also agrees that you know what, they've lost two builds, and I think it's time. So Trump tunes into the.
Do we know what it was? Yeah.
Oh, and so Trader, you were a beneficiary of that too, huh? Anyone who was short there, it's not gonna get better today. So yeah, I would call it there. That's not luck. You got the Rakesh power to control the market at
Yes, he does.
today. I do. Yeah, they had me in the first half, huh? Yeah, they gave a
Yo, good
quick
morning. Good
like
morning.
150 points.
Stowe.
Hey, buddies.
Come on, brother.
Oh, nothing. Almost threw my computer monitor out the window just now as the 300s finally hit, and I had allowed myself to chicken out of my short at 420. So yeah, I kind of want to die.
Shorts have been pretty tough today.
Yeah, this thing's a pain in the ass.
It's definitely been hard, man.
Yeah,
It's been like throwing me around like a rag doll too, because my stops have been like 10 points ish, and the ATR is like 40. So yeah, I've been getting killed.
I mean, I made money, but I wanted the TISM itch. I wanted the scratch, so I didn't get it.
It's funny. I just started making money right now.
Oh,
I've been red all day. I'm green now, barely.
Well, good to see you guys. I watched your show. It was fun. It was good.
My show?
Yeah, I watched you guys before I came on.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. A Nick
Do we
style
not-
comeback.
Does anybody have the news yet?
Yeah, I still don't know what happened. My charts
Raging
are coming
Cajun,
back.
that's a good one, man.
Was there
Trump,
news?
Trump was speaking.
It's like you or the Knicks in the market or the Spurs.
Oh my god! I love that.
Dude,
comment.
I've been seeing my
I love
Instagram
that
is
comment.
feeding me all the like the Knicks Spurs stuff, the De'Aaron Fox stuff. Dude, it's so funny, man. It's so funny. And then now I'm seeing all the Topuria, them saying like, "Hey, have you been able to like unlock your phone yet because of the face read, the face ID?" I'm like, dude, that's fucked up. Yeah, but still, I was red.
Yes.
I mean, size has been
Now you're
small all
green.
day, so not too bad. Really small red, but now I'm big green because of yours truly, Mr. Jump.
Did you get in a short? Or did
I
you
was
buy
short like 470, 460, something like that. I don't know. And it happened right away. So
I'll show you in mine.
that it doesn't get luckier than that.
This was so I tried to buy 496 because I was like, let's go. So I was watching this buyer and also listening to you folks talk. And as I watched them buy the entire universe with nothing stopping them, I was like, all right, wouldn't it be hilarious if we left the overnight low down there and we just went to the overnight high instead? So I decided to get on the side of the market is the most evil mechanism of all time, and we're just going to hit the overnight high. But then that big seller stepped in, and so I'd stopped out and then immediately got short 484. And that was that. That was that last trade.
You were short 484?
I was, and I got, yep, and I was looking for the 300s. I had one lot left, and once this 360 spot rallied again, this consolidation was tested, and a buyer showed up. I was like, all right, to hell with it. I can't trust the bear. And then we went. So, classic. Story of my life.
What are my ATR settings? 1 minute ATR. It's a 10 ATR on 1 minute. So for me, the ATR is more, it's kind of like having RVol just to see what's happening on a more immediate basis, what the range is, how volatile, so that I can choose how picky I want to be with entries and stops. So if it's really high ATR, I want to be extra picky, which is why all my stops today, albeit many stops, super small and on small size, because either I'm not adding into it because it doesn't look good enough yet, or my ads all have like a 5 or a 4 point stop. So a higher ATR, I'm getting really greedy with entries, and if it leaves without me, so be it. Which is why that initial trade, I only had one lot, had like 50, 60 points, couldn't cover it because I was like, well, I don't want to get out of it now. But that's my use case for the 1 minute ATR, 10 ATR.
Boy, that sure was some annoying violence. And now it just filled back up, and now it's just grinding
Legit
again.
no headline, huh?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Those 300s had to trade. They had to figure it out somehow.
I know,
Yep.
right?
No, for real.
There we
Yeah.
And Trump agreed. He's like, no, 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 no. We need to trade these 300s before I get on the mic.
Previous month value area high, invincible. No gap fill. Don't even want to try.
Rumor that Vance and Iranian PM were not going to be on Friday.
You telling me we puked 130 points off a rumor that somebody's meeting got rescheduled? Is that what happened?
Consider this choppiness and that short. What would you say from a technical point of view needs to happen in order to move out of this range since the opening? Anytime they deal at the high or the low, they need to be showing sustained volume. You can see at the highs and the lows, they don't sustain it for even a time duration. It's very short. So there's no chance of expansion if the market is not willing to deal new ranges. Right now, every time we get to the low, the high, and then the low again, there's no willingness to deal there from the market. The market wants to deal back inside, right? So up above, the buyers are not willing to really deal up here much. They're down here, so the market's going to gravitate back. And down here, the selling, they weren't willing to deal down here, so it's going to gravitate back. So until that changes, nothing's going to change, right? And then we've got, looming news, all that stuff, and there's a chance that the market's not actually going to look to extend at all. There's no reason to extend, maybe, is what the market thinks, until more information is solidified. We've got a new headliner for the first time in a long time. New star player.
New point guard?
Yeah, the Fed point guard. He is the floor general.
I did it.
The new floor general.
I don't know much about basketball, but I remember Penny Hardaway. I know what a point guard is.
Oh yeah, if you know Penny Hardaway, you know what a point guard is. That's for sure. We ripped and dipped on much less. Yeah, it's I don't know, the market's just not willing. At the edges, subject to change, obviously, but until it does, it's probably best not to assume so. Especially since market went all the way down and then went all the way up, just straight up, and then just all the way down from here. Like, this is, the edges are just really weak in participation.
Good tail. Do I like this? Do I like this pullback? Maybe. I'm trying to figure out if ES and NQ are trying to be friends right now, or
Are they?
if they're trying to be frenemies. Talking to this buyer, talking to him, saying hi.
Did we figure out what the news was? Or what did Trump say?
I don't
Wasn't it? I don't think it was anything.
Tracy.
Just some selling. Okay, I got in there. I'll try.
Oh,
Scalpy
she
guy.
said Trump hasn't started yet.
Oh.
News was that you had a long, and that can't happen. I feel that, Josh.
Whoops. I guess I should put the. I don't know. This is tricky because I like to have. For some reason, it seems like it's behind. Float this guy over here. This is probably just gonna smack me in the face, but I'm gonna give it a shot. See what happens there.
Trump, when asked whether the Iran deal will be signed Friday, says you never know with deals. Telling us. He's telling us that, huh, Trump? This that peace talk tape. Never ending. You don't say. You don't say. I don't know. Deals are on, deals are off. That's the art
Sometimes
of the
great.
deal. That's the art of the
Sometimes
deal.
shit.
Art of the deal.
We are in a simulation.
It's
Never
just the way
know.
it goes.
And
Just
you never know until you
hey,
know, and when you do know, you'll know.
All of this is
hey.
just giving Leo more confirmation that we are in a simulation.
Dude,
Yeah.
there's
The
no way.
longer
we're
I've
not.
been a trader, the more I'm buying into the simulation theory, to be honest.
It's a cool
Yeah, it's
place to
probably
live, 'cause
like
if you just
traders.
accept it, you're just like, cool, man. It's just a simulation. It's fine.
Yep.
Traders
We're
are
actually-
the ones who just like, you know what? We are in a simulation.
We're actually
They're
all just in a
traders, yeah.
simulation in hypersleep on our way to a new, like to Andromeda or something. That's the theory I'll subscribe to.
Okay. I like the idea that is like, that seems at least a little altruistic. I assumed it's more like the lizard people using me as entertainment, like to see what next horrible thing can we throw at this dipshit.
Yeah, we're actually we're in a simulation that's actually just reality TV for a higher life form species in the
That's what I
universe.
assume. Like I'm the amazing race or whatever right now. I'm probably not that. That was actually a pretty cool show.
Yeah, some of the old OG, like, okay, I'd also just learned like Survivor's still on the air.
Oh yeah.
Like
Season
they're
like
still,
58.
Yeah, it's crazy. But like that, when that was like starting, that was like prime reality TV game show. Like, and it wasn't trash. Like it was wildly entertaining.
Oh, hold on. DJ.
Well, this
Trades
contributes to my
cooking.
simulation theory as well, because like if you look at everything, like we still have the Price is Right. How in the world does the Price is Right still exist? I think they're just out of content ideas. Like there can be only so many things. That's why they just keep plugging it back in.
What are retirees supposed to watch then? Stowe outside a General Hospital and Price is Right.
Well,
What about Days of Our Lives?
Price is
That's
Right was
probably
my
still
big,
on the air too.
Like if you stay home sick, you know you got Price is Right going on.
Yeah, guys, who
Price
in the
is Right
chat
was
is
like,
old enough
go.
to know Days of Our Lives, General Hospital,
Yeah.
ITT
Oh, yeah.
tech
The dip,
commercials?
you guys don't know.
Hey,
I mean, the
before
younger
you guys go on
generation.
this tangent, it is time for me to leave.
Oh, I
So,
thought we were gonna trick him into hanging
come
out.
on.
He's gonna go watch General Hospital. Man.
I'm gonna go
All
watch The
you
Price
go.
is Right.
Actually,
Go,
the Price
Unc.
is Right
You
is
go,
on
Unc.
right now.
Price is Right's on.
Yeah,
Let's go.
it really just came
I
on.
gotta go. I gotta go. My time's up.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! It just
See you
occurred to
guys.
me that we are
See you, chat.
daytime TV.
Yeah.
Love you.
Hey, did you
Kisses,
guys-
hugs.
Did you
All right,
guys
get
get
outta here.
DeVry commercials, or was that just a LA West Coast thing?
No,
DeVry-
I got the divide.
Yeah, and there's the guy's just like, I'm sick. I'm home from school because I'm sick. I got this, and he's just looking at me like, "What are you doing at home? Doing nothing. Look at you." I'm just like a little kid, like, I'm sick. You better get your ass to school.
Yep.
All right, I do have to run. See you guys.
Oh, okay.
I
Bye,
thought you
buddy.
left. Hey,
Love
see ya,
ya.
Love you.
Single print
Love
trying
you.
on ES. That's interesting. Try to get. This is probably.
Yeah, hey, DJ Trades makes a good point. He said, what the hell is it? I can't find it, but he basically said if we're living in a simulation, does this mean everyone's just sim trading?
Yes.
If you believe hard enough, yes. Leo is still on the screen.
Leo, he can't leave. He's frozen.
Frozen. He's
Oh,
frozen.
yeah, I told you that's
Ah,
like
we
the
got
that's like the
him.
VMix thing that happens. But yeah, today's generation, the TikTok generation, the the broccoli hair traders have no idea what it's like to be home from school without being able to put on whatever you want via streaming.
Seriously,
Yeah.
dude.
I remember the first time
like-
that Willow stayed in a hotel, she was like, "Can you start this from the beginning?" Like we started to watch like a movie on the Disney Channel. I was like, "No, no, I can't." He's like, "What do you mean? Like, please?" And I'm like, "It's not about please."
And the
These
craziest
just-
thing too is they'll never know, like, if you want to watch a certain show or an episode that's coming up, you better be at home on
Yeah.
time in
Yep.
front of the TV, or you are not seeing it. You don't know when you will ever get to see it. There's no, oh, I'll watch it later, I'll stream it later, I'll replay it. None of that. And then someone came out with recording. You can actually record shows while you're not home, and that was a whole groundbreaking thing. It's like, wait a minute, I can actually still watch stuff if I'm not home, if I just record it. Yeah, yeah. But that's, hey, imagine that. TiVo. Run to the kitchen
TiVo,
during
that's
commercial.
hilarious.
Yeah. During commercial, everyone's got to run to the kitchen, run to the bathroom. There's no replay. Look how old chat is.
Chat, you guys are a bunch of unks. Do you
Bunch of
think?
old.
Do you think they're gonna cool it with that haircut eventually? They're gonna, right? It's
I mean,
gotta
the broccoli?
end.
It's
yeah,
gotta
it's
end.
gotta end shortly. We gotta be at the end of the broccoli phase.
Man, who
Nothing-
was
Nothing has been more generationally offensive to me than that haircut.
who was
I don't
was
understand that one.
abusing the free AOL broadband trials?
Oh yeah.
Net
Hell
Zero,
yeah.
we had Net Zero, AOL, and if someone picks up the phone, you're cooked.
Oh yeah.
Yep. One of my early criminal enterprises was to collect those things, to get the free internet, to download bootlegs
Yep.
and sell them to my friends because I was one of the only kids that had a DVD burner.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was in the
Plug, so you were the
a
plug.
similar
I was the
camp
plug,
with
yep.
with the first one to do music and things of the friends, and giving the computer, a very unfortunate disease on the family computer.
One of those vintage viruses.
Yep.
I hate when you're just downloading music and you've got producer tags for the whole first minute.
Yep.
It's like, did all 15 of you work together on this song? I highly doubt it. LimeWire? Oh, you guys are LimeWire? That was after Napster.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
you
a
guys-
Kazaa guy.
Yeah.
Because I was after LimeWire, I think.
Yeah.
It went Napster, LimeWire, Kazaa, FrostWire, and then by then, like things like Spotify existed, I think. So,
Now you know XY is a pirate. He just had
dude,
a
I am,
laundry
dude.
list.
Hey, look, I'm not good at a lot of things, but I was a great pirate. Should probably scrub that from the stream before they come get me. The white vans won't be getting me. The ones that say FBI.
What's the
on them will be
statute of
getting me.
limitations on downloading stuff on Kazaa?
It's not the white vans. It actually says FBI on them when they come get me.
Damn,
Oh.
son, where'd you find this?
Oh, no way. Dude, that's the OG tag.
Yeah. Production's got jokes. Production is
They're
so good.
they're always on it.
That's like my favorite tag of all time, of any producer of anything.
Now, have I sold the whole?
Oh, a Zune. I had a
Possibly.
Zune too. Dude.
You had a Zune.
Hell yeah. Zunes were great. Those things were so good, they had to make them not exist anymore. They were like invincible.
Well, no, you know what was invincible until me charging it apparently killed it. It turned on, but I had one of the mini iPod shuffles. Those things were
Oh,
indestructible.
Wonderful. Yes.
Mine, I found a guy that did like a ceramic, like waterproof coating on it, and I turned it into
on, you
a
turkeys.
swim iPod shuffle, so it could be
Oh,
fully
you're sure?
submerged.
Yes.
Omni. I don't know how many points I'm up, but I'm up a few thousand.
What's up, Omni?
From being down a few thousand. So I got lucky getting short right before that weird thing happened, and the weird thing happened. and I'm not tempting fate anymore. I'm taking my money, taking my chips. I'm going to the cage.
Woo!
Happy Tree Friends? No, I never watched Happy Tree Friends.
Got him, baby.
I was watching, man. I was watching like 106 in Park, Fresh Prince, Pokemon. Gotta have that. A little splash of Yu-Gi-Oh. Honestly, I didn't think it was that good. I was probably waiting for something to come on. I was watching Yu-Gi-Oh. What else?
Ooh, I like it. I like this one. Here's a real trading question. How many losing streak versus win rate can we have before, say, the strategy is not working? Great question. Just depends on the win rate. And like, you should know, you can do a Monte Carlo sim, which is one way to do it, or you can look a couple other ways, but there is math you can math to determine that over X amount of time, this win rate should be producing this kind of outcome. And you can also use that to structure your risk to reward in a way so that you don't explode. If you're not getting the win rate that you want, your strategy is not working. Like if all of a sudden my win rate went to 35%, then I need to go home and think about what I've done, because I need 55% with what I'm up to.
For your strategy?
Yeah.
It's 55?
I mean, 55, well, 55 is like unattainable, but would be sick. So that's what I keep there. It's more like 52 and a half. But yeah, that's my barometer. So on average, I need 52 and a half at 1.25 risk to reward ratio to be successful. Now, sometimes I make up with that by, like, if the market expands and I'm able to make my risk to reward ratio better with the same sorts of trades and sizing down, sometimes I do it that way. There's lots of ways to skin the risk to reward cat, but that would be one way you could tell. Trump's moving the presser. Good. Keep moving it. Do you think he's going to move it to 2 p.m. to see if he can compete with Warsh because he's worried?
Warsh is his guy.
It's my time.
I mean, I
I'm
could
the
see him do
star.
it if Warsh is like, hey, we're not cutting rates, which is probably what's going to happen.
Yep. I think that you said what Warsh is it Walsh or Warsh? We did this yesterday.
We did this yesterday. Tracy said Warsh.
It's Warsh. Okay.
We're gonna Warsh our clothes.
We're gonna Warsh it. As far as Warsh being his guy, I don't think Trump has any people who are always his guy.
But he leaves it ambiguous, so at any point he could be like, that guy was never my friend, or he was never my guy. He was never my pick. That's why he just like kicks people in and out of his cabinet that fast.
It's like, but dude, I mean, did none of you watch his TV show? Like, the man is literally his own survivor in real life. Like,
yeah,
he's looking around at all times like any of you could be on the chopping block. That's how I.
As crazy as this is, like, Dana White might be one of the longest running friends he's had.
Yeah, it's true.
He gave Dana in the UFC like the Atlantic City venues, like when UFC was viewed as like not able to operate in any state because it's too violent and things. Like Trump was like, yeah, hell yeah, we'll throw it at Trump Palace in Atlantic City. It didn't care.
I just operate under two assumptions. Number one, nobody's safe ever. And number two, I never know what the hell is going to be said in what order either. So,
well, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Tracy just said he moved his thing again.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, that. Yeah, it's not long. But to what Stowe said, maybe he'll just keep moving it until until it's time.
Let's just push it back.
Nah, there's nothing else important going on. They'll be fine.
Headlining bands do this all the time as a flex.
No way. Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure.
Doesn't the production, like the showrunner, get upset? Like, isn't it annoying? Because like, dude, we scheduled the show to be,
Oh yeah.
time slots.
Oh, for sure.
Here you are trying to like big bro, so and so.
Yeah. Of course they get mad. But that's, well, also, once you get to a certain point, there is like the relationship between showrunner and show production and the band is almost always contentious. Like band ego versus we're the people that paid you over here. Yeah. It's
Dude,
it's
you know
possibly
what?
the most annoying thing in the universe.
I wasn't really much into the emos. You know, when emo was huge, what was that, like mid 2000s?
Sure.
What was?
Yeah.
Not emo, number one.
That's not even.
Yes, that's not no.
You
But I
might
wasn't
insult the
big
good
into
name of
emo
Liquid
stuff.
82 by categorizing them at that.
I was like, yeah, I'm listening to rap music, but if it were like Linkin Park, dude, that's my top three all time anything music. Or Limp Bizkit, or I thought Disturbed was really cool. I listened
This
to
is like
that.
half my gym playlist now, which can tell you
Disturbed
exactly what
was
year I was
legit.
born, probably.
But I actually really liked 30 Seconds to Mars. That was the only emo band I actually liked. Then I found out the lead singer, or was it Jared Leto or something? He's
It's
like
Jared
a
Leto.
super asshole. Like he's
Yes.
a mega asshole or something.
He's
So
actually a
now-
vampire. I don't think they got ages, though.
Yeah, seriously.
Him and Davey Havoc, both actual vampires in real life. Just kidding. XY, do you still like Linkin Park?
Absolutely.
Do you
Linkin
like,
Park is one of one.
Do you like their new singer? She's really an amazing person.
I haven't
also.
heard much of their new stuff. No,
You need to.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm hesitant because every time like things get brought back, they're just not. Well, we know they're not the same.
All right. So this woman is amazing. She was in a band that I got to be around for a long time and tour with called Dead Sarah.
Oh, so you knew her personally?
Yeah.
To some
Well,
degree.
no. I mean, just
like
as
an acquaintance or a.
Yeah, band people.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know her, but we played shows together and stuff. It's like acquaintances. It's like, I don't know. It's like
colleagues or
we worked
whatever.
at the same
Passing by.
store for a second. Yeah. Specifically, there is the guitar player for Dead Sarah was this incredible woman, also amazing guitar player. I love that band. Anyways, great band. She is the new Linkin Park singer, and she crushes it. She is an awesome front woman to begin with, but yeah, you should check it out. Her voice absolutely translates.
It's actually
Also-
good, yeah.
Also, you guys should listen to Dead Sarah too, because they're awesome.
Yeah, her vocals come up and still the same. I use that kind of like gym playlist station in that same vein, and some of the newer ones with her as the lead vocalist is actually really good.
Dead Sarah's cool. They're like a rock and roll band. And like she has like a good screamy and with a tone voice, the same way that the old singer of Linkin Park
Screamy with
had.
a tone. That's that is the way to describe it for sure.
Yep.
Screamy but with a tone. I'll give it a shot. But it's the
Screaming with
same
tone. Isn't
same
that
group.
wouldn't that, that's how I would
Yeah,
describe-
everybody
who's-
else is the same.
Who was the Evanescence girl? I cannot think of her name.
I don't remember.
That's
her
the
name
category
either.
I would probably give her to. Screamy with good tone.
They did a
She
show.
wasn't really like screamy though. She's kind of just like she'd be yelling a little bit.
It's big.
Not screamy. Like there's no like anguish in the voice, you know.
Get this overnight low. Yeah, so they did a show when they first came back that was like, hey, this is what's going on. This is our new person. I would try to watch that live show because it was the best representation. When it came out, I was like, holy hell! I had no idea that this was possible. It was that good. I'll find it and send it to you. I don't know why I'm such an advocate for this right now, but I do.
You
really like
got
that
affiliate
singer.
code with Linkin Park or something?
Yeah.
Use LP15.
He's actually, spoiler alert, he's actually the lead promoter of their new tour.
I go to one of their shows, I see Stowe just handing out tickets. Like, hold on.
I can't remember her name. Their guitar player's name was Susie. Yeah, she was such a badass. So fun to watch. We played actually to the thing we played together that I remember the most was like the douchiest show I've ever played. It was like a label showcase on a rooftop in Hollywood, and like the sign was in the background. It was maybe like the lamest I've ever felt as a human being. But yeah, Susie's guitar style was just so cool.
Didn't know a show could be douchey.
I mean, well, it's all
Douchey rock.
like
What is a douchey
it was just like a
show?
bunch of suits. Like it wasn't like people that wanted to be
Oh,
there. It was
super
just like
corporate.
it was
It's like
like
the
a it was
labels are there.
yeah, it was a label showcase, which is basically like a battle of the bands except for assholes that you're trying to convince to give you money. It's the worst. It's the worst.
Isn't that the way the world works? You're just always
Yes.
trying to convince some asshole to give you money.
Yeah, but I'm an
And they always say
anarchist.
no. Damn.
So when I'm in those situations, I want to be I want to do, the opposite. That's how I live my life.
You are an opposite guy. Serial fader of all things but the market.
I did get long there also, 75, 78. I did get one off for 5 points. So we'll see. We'll see if we can rotate back up. The point of control is still always, yeah, sorry. To divert from our programming about Lincoln Park, I am in this long, trying to get to the top of this range.
NT Live, big Linkin Park show. I even got the only album I ever bought, because obviously I was a mega pirate, a very high level pirate.
Hell yeah.
The only album I ever
listed
bought.
all 6 companies.
Like off the top of my head too, in chronological order. The only album I ever bought was Collision Course, Linkin Park and Jay-Z. Only album
Sick.
I was like, I cannot wait to download it.
That was
I
actually
need
great.
it now.
That was
Like,
cool.
The
Yeah.
3 of those songs are still to this day absolutely
This
insane.
is so good.
This is now a music companion podcast, by the way.
Big pirate show.
Yeah, if you missed it, yesterday was a big video game nostalgia show.
/ self-help.
/ self-help / yeah, we did self-help, Mortal
went mental
Kombat,
game.
and Life and Death. Yep.
Oh, that's right. Mortal Kombat.
did
Yeah, you
Mortality.
never know what you're gonna get. Hit the likes, you know?
Hit
It's
the
always gonna be
likes.
some. It's always gonna be some if it's the 3 of us.
Hit the likes.
Yeah, Stowe, are you joining us tonight?
Also,
What's
please
tonight?
don't call the FBI.
Tonight's Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when we're supposed to be doing it, not Thursdays.
Oh, I thought it was Thursday.
Depends.
No, it was always supposed to be Wednesday, but we just did on Thursdays. But today it's Wednesday.
Oh shit. Okay. Yes. I'll come. I'll come hang. I'll probably just be on my my computer though.
Yeah, just
My
bring
laptop.
the vibes.
I won't be on my phone. I promise I won't do that to anybody again.
Well, that's if the FBI or SWAT doesn't come get me first. If I don't show up, bail me out, yeah?
XY, I got bail money for you anytime, homie. You know
Sweet.
that. You too, Nick. I can get to Dallas. I can get to LA in like 3 hours and bail somebody out.
Yeah, why not?
No Friday.
thank you,
stream.
Cooper.
Yep. No Friday stream this week.
Yeah, me and Dasha did our Good Vibes Friday on Monday, actually.
Do you call her out for ignoring you?
I didn't. I forgot to.
you. Look at you.
Shit. No, it's not that I didn't plan to. I just forgot about that bit. That's a good bit. Don't worry, I ain't dropping that.
Good boys.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's what she says to me when we're on the same channel. When she's across the street. When she's on the other channel, can't say a goddamn thing to me. No, I'm sure she just wasn't looking at the chat. Me and Dasha are friends.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, how you guys doing, chat? Looks like the market just wants to stay in this range here.
I'm actually excited for the Fed stuff. I'm gonna watch because we're coming on early. The show always starts a little early for Fed Day. So I'm going to tune in. I'm excited for new Fed president. This is going to be fun. I don't know what this guy's going to say. If he comes out and
Fed got a new
says we
lead
can't
singer.
raise rates or we can't cut.
Well, today is the first look at the new lead singer. Do I ever look at CL? Not since like 2023. Usually if like equities isn't the best, like indices, I just go look at gold first, and gold was good for a good while, so didn't really need to look at CL, I felt. But if gold wasn't really doing much, I'd go to CL. That's pretty much what happened in 2023. I had ES, NQ, gold, CL, 6E, 6J, and I was even looking at nat gas, took a few nat gas trades. Like 2023, it got so slow for a while. I was like, all right, whatever. I'll trade anything. Gold seems lame right now. Yeah, I haven't looked at gold much in a while, so but I feel like NQ and ES have been giving really good activity. I mean, I even started trading ES here and there because sometimes the volatility in the book would be so thin that, hey, look, ES is a cleaner market, and now I can trade ES because the book's thin enough for it to actually move.
Yep.
So yeah, so some you guys have been seeing me trade both ES and NQ, like sometimes.
You know what I'd like to figure out how to quantify? I was thinking about this in the same way that I've done these ranges, whatever I've figured out with my squiggly lines. I would like to try to figure out different ranges of liquidity on the ES book and see if that correlates to a like 5-minute ATR in some way. Because I stopped looking at ATR and I just look at how thick the book is, and I feel like 20 to 30 is a range, 50 to 60 is a range, and then like 80 to 100 is a range. And that tells me whether or not I can trade that. And I change the way that I trade based on how thick the ES book is. I wonder if there's a way I can figure out how to ask Claude.
Yeah, I just vibes. I test it. I mean, right now, what ES's book is 30s, even up to 50s, but we've seen a lot of markets where you're seeing triple digits on these prices on each tick.
Yeah.
And just a few days ago, we were seeing teens.
Yeah,
which
that
is
was cool.
Insane, right? And that was with NQ, and I have a 2-tick compressed DOM, and NQ showing me 1 lot, 3 lot, 4 lot on a 2-tick compressed DOM. So there's a spread on NQ as well, and yeah, it got so crazy that I was like, okay, I could actually just place ES trades at this point.
We're doing something down here right now.
Yeah.
That 69 guy just marketed in. He was waiting down there for a bid and didn't get one.
Shap says the short I took was the JG Wentworth trade. It really was. I put it on. They paid me right away. So lucky, dude. It was so lucky.
Oh, that's cool, Joseph. Yeah, I might. I don't know. I don't know what I can give Claude. I don't know if I can give it level 2. I'd have to figure that out. But what's this? Stop it.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
They're doing something wiggly, and I don't like it.
I might just have to short this.
Well, they moved the point of control down here, so now my other side of the range thesis is a little weaker.
Smart trade policy. He says, my brother took his first trade and he had to add this in, was a loss. He said, I'm never trading again. I was like, buddy, see you tomorrow morning in the charts. And now he has been trading for 3 months. Like he had to add that other part, like was a loss.
So I guess the first one's not always free. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you see a lot on Twitter too, like some accounts that, serial tweeters that do like 30 posts a day on whatever the hell they're talking about markets. and they'll be like, "Oh, I got really screwed today. I'm gone," or like they'll be upset at the state of FinTwit. Like, this is such a cesspool, and I'm removing
I love
myself from
those.
toxicity. And it's always like, yeah, I
Tomorrow.
see it next week. And they're tweeting again in 2 days, like
Yep.
nothing ever happened.
I'm quitting. I'm quitting social media. Okay. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, like this is so toxic. Everyone's so mean, and I'm better than
I'm
this.
taking.
And then
I'm
2 days
taking
later,
the
they're tweeting.
Discord private again. It's my favorite.
Yeah.
But also,
had it
there's
with
a
this
60%
market.
It's like you'll be
discount
sorry
for the
when
next
I'm
24
gone,
hours.
and no one thinks about it at all. And you're like, shit, I'll just come back.
I'm just gonna go short until the midterms.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Too
All right,
soon.
Stowe, I know what you do. You know.
There's so much FinTwit lore
That was for the old heads.
given out on the show.
It's literally just like me though. Like I keep saying, like, yeah, I'm straight for the week, and like I'm trading again. Like we're all just, I can't say that word, but we're all just stupid.
Is Nick trading? Nick got stopped out this morning trying
You
to
just love the
short
game,
this,
baby. You just love the game.
and we're stuck in a range. So no, I have not taken another trade outside of me trying to get short here around 420s, but doesn't look like this might work. Looks like we're just going to chop and be range bound.
There's a famous meme with a kid who quit every day and came back after 6 hours. What? It's good content. Just got back from 18 holes. What's the market been doing? Not too much. Should have
There
played
was a
36
pretty
holes.
violent puke, and none of us are sure why. Other than that, it hasn't been doing anything.
Seriously,
There's
there
a
was like there was no news or anything, right?
There's a nice tail down there now to lean on. That's cool.
I still can't believe that short worked like that.
I know.
I think that's the luckiest I have been all year.
I'm just mad I didn't get back in at the top of the range.
It was zero skill. Absolutely zero skill. Big move will come after FOMC. I mean, I certainly hope so, or else no one's having fun for the rest of the day.
Or not. You never know.
There was one day, was it this week or last week? Before I got off stream, I was like, look, they're not making a new high. They're not making a new low. No one's going to have a great time. And that was, they locked price in for the whole day afterwards. If the market just seems unwilling to actually extend, it's just not going to be a good time. They've got to make choices. Once they stop making choices, it's exactly that. They're not looking to make choices.
As far as I'm concerned, they're done doing all the things. So, like, I'll be done. I'm gonna.
For now.
Yeah.
Until
for
the
now.
new lead singer debuts his voice.
But I mean, the overnight low, IB low, check.
Yeah, the stats.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to like really cross my fingers for.
Well, Tracy just gave us the new update. Moved again.
Ha!
To 11:45 Eastern. So he's just gonna keep moving at 15 at a time until it's the same time slot.
Correct.
Power move. Classic.
Gotta respect it. You gotta.
It's one of my favorite setups. The double top of the range. No, I'm not a big double top, triple top guy. I'm gonna get stopped out here.
Let's go.
It just
Well,
is
I
one of
gotta-
those, like we started to push back up above the opening print and the a month the May high and rejected. And then eventually it picked up, and then whatever the hell that moment was at 440s that XY was short into paid. And I said this earlier, it looks like we're just gonna be range bound. So
this was a lot of buying that got rewarded. There's kind of a similar amount over on NQ too.
yeah,
Like
they just
420 guy got
through
ground
420 guy.
through really hard.
Yeah.
Waterworld has notified me that the ES
The
bounced
Kevin Costner movie.
off the
Ooh, that would be a
ES
fun one to
bounced
parody.
off the first PFVG OB breaker block
Excuse
caused
me?
that? Let me squint my eyes on this.
Excuse, that's just that there's something you said something gray pool liquidity, and I stopped listening.
ES bounced off the first PFEG OB breaker block caused that.
He's
My
trolling.
brain is not big
Are
enough
you
to
trying
comprehend
to
that.
order food? What are you doing?
It's my McDonald's order. Now, yeah, I can't comprehend that. I apologize, but I believe you.
Order food.
My brain is not that big.
No troll? Okay, I don't, but that's a lot of terms in one sentence.
Yeah, Waterworld, we just don't trade those concepts, so we don't really understand them, unfortunately. But I hope you made money.
It's not, unfortunately. Tell you that for free.
For Stowe, it ain't. But I hope you made money. Is NQ showing technical signs of moving toward lower levels? I mean, if you zoom out, sure, yeah, because it's building lower, right? They've pretty much made this pretty big choice here. 2 days overlapping, no go up here, and then now they're building lower. But on an intraday basis, I'm not seeing any information that's showing me where they're looking to move towards. I'm only seeing information of where they're not willing to really go. And it's up here and down here. Because every time they do trade it, no one's willing to deal. So to me, the information is less of where the market's looking to go. It's more that they're not looking to extend anywhere. They don't want to go down here. They don't want to go up here, which is why we keep finding ourselves back in this range, because this is the only range that the market seemingly wants to deal right now. Every time we inch outwards, it dries up. Participation dries up. So to me, it's kind of like the opposite of the question you just asked. It doesn't seem like they're trying to go anywhere just yet. Obviously, pending news.
Where is this? It's right up here somewhere. Nobody look at my chart. I need to enhance something. Yeah, it's this 90 spot. Okay. I'm trying to figure out if I should take this trade off. I think I'm going to. Nah.
I'm assuming you mean to say the market, but Cool J says the is in a comfort zone, but he typed comfort zone like it was an actual term. Should we steal that? We'll call value area the comfort zone.
I like that.
And we'll just rebrand the whole thing.
Dude, actually, we do need to rebrand some of this stuff and start selling it as our own concepts.
Let's steal that. It's no longer the value area. It's the comfort zone. Trademark.
Chat, would you like a paid Discord where we've changed the names of all the things we've been talking about this whole time to new names that are more fun and flashy?
Yeah. I mean, we ran the litmus test on some of the short form content. Apparently even just putting the terms in a thumbnail does wild things for the reach, which is just stupid.
Also, Nick, before I forget, can you do a Waterworld thumbnail for us?
I had that, but I literally when the guy's nickname was Waterworld, I had the thought immediately, and I'm like, nobody's gonna get that reference.
That's too young.
Because even I wouldn't, outside of my dad showing me that movie once and me not being that interested, and then me seeing the Universal Studios original show, action stunt show that they used to do at Universal in LA.
Yeah, my extent of Waterworld knowledge is the Universal Studios show.
Okay.
Yeah, same with mine.
All right, fair enough.
Because that's the only part of the movie I remember.
Stowe would be the only one of us.
Stunts from it.
Stowe would be the only one of us who's an actual big Waterworld guy.
Stowe's got
I watched that movie
4
a ton.
years on us, so.
I mean,
hey, but check this out. So how good does this sound? We are opening inside yesterday's comfort zone. Does that sound like you in a really good paid Discord?
Sounds like a cozy spot.
And you're looking at like what's the pre-market prep? Well, we're opening inside yesterday's comfort zone. Tracy loved Waterworld. There you go, Stowe.
Hell yeah. Tracy's my G. She's got my back always.
But it's funny because like even the Goonies one, like a lot of people apparently just haven't seen the movie. Just didn't get quite the reception. It's
We are
outside of
at
the
3
old
days
guys.
composite comfort couch.
I'm not out.
That's so funny. It's the most unserious terminology in trading ever.
I think I will do this though. So this 90 guy-ish is the weekly -1. It's Wednesday, so I'm using that. I would love to get out of here. And as much as it seems most likely that we're going to chop before FOMC, I have historically noticed the opposite happens up until like 12:30 or 1. There's usually at least a couple trendy moves to follow. And this puke into this rebound and this retest here of where they tried to hold it at 69. I guess I might need to mark all 69s as a meme too. Maybe. But this is good. Like, this is good.
Trailing
floaty
stop.
London close price action.
A trailing stop?
I know. I don't even know who I am
Oh
anymore.
yeah, KTS. Sorry. Since you've been gone, we've gone through everything from music, piracy, and now we're on betting and comforters. Yeah, big comforter show here, NT Live. Hit the likes, chat. Where else are you getting various topics in the span of 2 hours?
It's a podcast about the 90s where occasionally we mention trading levels.
The longer you see the chart today, the more hate that how luck was that XY short was. Man, I'm gonna have a stroke. The longer you see the chart today, the more hate that how luck was that XY short was. Jason Lee, you're trying to kill me, bro.
Ooh, little ice 85.
I'm assuming that you hate how lucky that was. Yeah, that was, dude. Everything lined up for me.
That's part of trading though. Like you'll be on the other side of that where you're long and then you get absolutely steamrolled through your stop and have some slippage. And then you have other points where you got short literally 10 seconds before that happens and it just immediately waterfalls. Like I've been on all different sides of that, both sides of the tape, long, short, just shit happens when you do this game long enough.
They're going to puke
Nick
this
said it
iceberg
the
at
other
85.
day. I might be the best Peace Talk tape trader there ever was.
Yeah.
He is, in fact.
Big Peace Talk tape guy.
Guy just carving up the Peace Talk tape in which he has no idea what's actually happening and just is
literally no idea.
Seems to be on the right side of every news headline at the right time.
I tried to add. Dang it. Had my sizing wrong. I broke a rule.
Ooh.
Well, it didn't go through. But
failed the vibe check?
There was no, vibe check's doing great. I told the Substack about vibe check yesterday and I got a bunch of new users and no complaints.
Is it fully open yet?
Yeah. I wouldn't say fully. I'm trying to slowly talk about it. I haven't tweeted about it. I just don't.
No, but like anyone who wants to sign up can. There's no
Yep, it's open. We got a fair bit of users. I got some good. I put a feedback page up there, so there is a comment card box if you'd like to personally insult me or give me feedback on vibe check. Both are options. But so far, people have been good, and there's a lot of good stuff in there. Good ideas. So now I'm in the fun phase where I can think about how to execute other people's ideas for fun. Yeah, so it's like the clod hole that's bottomless and filled with other people's bad ideas instead of just mine.
A lot of my bad ideas. But yeah, so I got to get I will have a link to Vibe Check up on vibetraders.com this afternoon.
Thanks, bud. Cool.
So we'll have the hero and everything ready to go there.
And don't forget, tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a...
Develop Your Edge.
Thank you. Develop Your Edge session in which I talk about why it is that I do the things that I try to do with the buttons. And it should be pretty informative. I don't know. It's helped me.
Eric says, tell us more about the cloud halt. No, look, we've given you guys like 5 niche topics today. Tune in next time. Tune in the next episode. Come on. You guys aren't getting this anywhere outside of this stream.
This is the part of the stream where we talk about what we talked about.
Yes.
All good talk radio shows have a nice recap section at the end. So you can remember all the things you laughed about, remember all the things we made you mad about.
How much you hate us.
If you
how
want
much you hated our trades.
Mandude's my best friend because Mandude knows that real emo was invented in the 1980s and it sounds nothing like
I didn't
My
even
Chemical
know
Romance.
that. Yeah. Does it sound like way different or something?
Emo was initially a outcropping of the hardcore movement.
So they didn't call it emo?
No, well,
because that would explain a lot. If you didn't call it emo, and the first time it's being called emo is in the 2000s, that would explain a lot.
I'll just say that emo has been a lot of things over the years, and those kinds of music sound completely different from each other. You can go look at like each one kind of has their own like bastion of they have their own champion. So like American Nightmare, emotional hardcore band, probably the first to do it, which was, I don't know, first to do it's a good, I don't know. I'm not the captain in this, but American Nightmare is a good example of emotional hardcore band. And then you have emo music that came out of the Midwest to begin with, like Cap'n Jazz or Mineral. That was more of like a twinkly emo thing. And then eventually whiny pop punk started to get labeled emo, and everyone just started to confuse the terms.
Whiny pop punk, dude, that's a perfect way to encapsulate emo music. Whiny pop punk.
I know that piano.
Can I go about how to build a strat on the stream tonight? I have a free playbook that outlines my entire strategy. I've got YouTube videos. I've done a Develop Your Edge episode here on NT Live. You can look for that. Where I but I'll do my best. We're gonna end up where we end up. That's how it is doing it live. We're gonna end up where we end up.
Man, dude, who in your mind, who is a seminal like first generation emo band? Well, ask Man, dude. He knows a lot about music. Well, he knows a lot about this very specific genre of music that both of us like a lot.
Big 80s, big OG emo guy.
Yep. Well, it's just been a bunch of iterations, you know? It's like, it's the same thing with punk.
Well, I think like when things get mainstream, right, and they hit the radio, they kind of become like pop-ized. So, like you said, it's like a pop punk becomes like a whiny pop punk. You can see the same thing with like R&B. There's a drastic difference between 80s R&B, 90s R&B. You head to the 2000s where it really hits the radio, and then now you would consider like Chris Brown to be R&B, stuff like that. But in reality, it's really just pop music. But yeah, things get once they become pop, they have this formula.
Well, the Talking Heads
that they all share.
The Talking Heads were a punk band. Technically, they were one of the first punk bands. But if you showed somebody that said that they listened to punk rock music in the 2000s, the Talking Heads, and they never heard them before, they would be like, "This is not a punk band." So it's just weird. It's just weird. Everybody's got their own.
A lot of bands, a lot of groups did that too. Like Black Eyed Peas, totally different sound once they hit the radio. Yeah, there's a lot of examples, plenty. Big music stream, big music show, guys.
I mean, No Doubt was a ska band.
Yeah, oh, no doubt.
Great example.
Mm-hmm. You know who was true? Linkin Park, always.
That's true, dude. I'm gonna send you some stuff.
Limp Bizkit didn't last too long, but damn, it was nice. It was good. It's great.
I'll say something extremely controversial. When is her name Emily? I can't remember. When this singer joined the band, it made me like Linkin Park. It gave me back.
You didn't like it prior?
No, I did. but it gave me back the original like whoa that I got
That
when
good, huh?
yeah.
That's a tall, big statement. Big statement.
I mean, that was like when
I
I was a teenager and your hormones are going and it's just like it hit.
I hold Linkin Park in such high regard. I don't know if anything can ever live up to that mark.
I mean, I still listen to it. The OG Lincoln Park.
Play some advice on scalping today.
Uh,
Maybe we can go over it later. We can go over it later.
this has not been the easiest one to scalp because there's been a lot of
you guys saw me get
chop.
ragdolled earlier.
Yeah.
Look at
Like,
my look at my pro stop trail. By a tick, I survived that.
Big trail
you
guy, huh?
You can't teach that, chat.
Name all the trailers.
I can't teach that. Oh,
Still feeling himself right now.
just
Yeah.
gotta get good.
Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. You got it or you don't.
Now, I would consider this an example of me taking credit for luck.
My Chemical Brothers, isn't it My Chemical Romance?
Hmm.
I wasn't really a fan of like the emo, we'll call it 2000s emo, okay?
Yeah.
I wasn't really big on that. Just 30 Seconds to Mars, I like their stuff, but other than that, I wasn't really.
There was an emo band called, well, depends on who you asked, if they're what kind of band they are, but the Blood Brothers were a band. Maybe you're mixing up the Blood Brothers and My Chemical Romance.
I always thought the look was funny. Like they had the hair and the makeup and they're always like whining.
Yeah,
Really
girl
sad.
pants. There was a time in the early 2000s when everybody, not me, I would just like to clarify that I never purchased or wore girl pants, but that was a thing that everyone around me was doing. Everybody had that slick down,
skin tight pants.
They literally went and bought girl pants.
I guess you have to if it's going to be that tight. Looks like you taped it on yourself. It's got to be girl pants.
See?
Slip-on Vans. Got some slip-on Vans.
Joe Taggle says, Blood Brothers, deep pull, and then immediately says, I wore girl pants. I know exactly the kind of music you listened to 20 years ago.
You probably know exactly what he looks like.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's funny. I used to skate. It was a big thing. Me and my cousins, a big part of my childhood was actually skateboarding, which came along with a lot of trespassing, obviously, because that's what skaters do. And we didn't really listen to rock much. It was just rap music, other than like the few bands that I mentioned. But yeah, I think a lot of skaters at the time, just a lot of rock music, punk too, obviously. But I wasn't really big into that.
I did never gauge my ears to the point that they got crazy. I did have like 10s in there, but they shrunk back
you
down,
had
luckily. I never went big.
I always thought to myself, like, what happens if someone just decides to be a gigantic asshole and gets a padlock and just padlocks somebody's ears? That's like intrusive thoughts, but they're just sometimes it's like, dude, your ear hole, your gauge, whatever it is ginormous. Tony Hawk, yeah, I had played at the pro skaters. I watched the skate tapes. Y2K, all that stuff. So foolish, man, those tapes.
I know you guys couldn't hear that, but that was funny.
Oh my god.
What's up, Jim?
How you
Hey,
guys
Jim.
doing?
Good. I think we're doing good.
Oh my goodness.
Little pre-FOMC chop.
Who's still in trades right now?
Oh, just me.
So-
We can't get over this 90 spot, which is annoying.
But look at the trail on that, Jim.
But I trailed the Jim.
Look at the trail. That's
Please be proud of
precision.
me.
I am very pleased with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, CKY2K. There it is. Yep, CKY2K.
Don't snatch victory out of the jaws of defeat, baby. Oh man. Speaking of victory, though, by the way, I have a special announcement early off the bat. Stowe has already mentioned it. Tomorrow afternoon, 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. East Coast time, we have a very special Develop Your Edge session with the one and only Stowe.
Woo!
There he is. There's that
It's
good look.
me.
Look at that guy. Like, what a good looking dude.
Oh, thanks.
Wow.
You
A
need
nice little
haircut,
headshot
Stowe.
for myself.
Yeah.
They must
Anyway,
airbrush the shit out of that, Jim.
we're talking VWAP. We're talking volume profile. Stowe's going to go through his setup and his ideas and how to use these two tools. It's going to be really interactive. So if you are able to be in the chat, even come with questions, and we will cover those as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a special event, and we're really looking forward to it. So thank you for doing that, Stowe.
I'm excited. I love talking to you, buddy.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Well, just so you know, you're going to be doing most of the heavy lifting.
I thought you were doing the lifting, and I was. I
No,
thought you were
Jim's
the
got people
carry.
for that stuff. People you never want to meet.
Oh, true, true.
And we all know
Jim-
what 4 o'clock is anyway. So
Yes, Jim only lifting 8 ounces at a time after 4:01 p.m.
Oh, I don't think a martini weighs like 8 ounces, does it? It might. Well, I got to get a scale out. I have one of those little scales in the kitchen. We could weigh. I'll let you guys know. Important stuff's going down in NinjaTrader Live right now, everybody. In any event, you guys did an awesome job as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please. Also, before we get to an edge report, remember everybody, we're starting early today at 1:45. We have the Pipsar, also known as Blake Morrow, with us, with me, Maggie, Shai, and Craig, and we're going to do extensive FOMC coverage and well, let the good times roll. So, 15-minute early start this afternoon, just so everybody knows. That's all I got, you guys. I am going to do an edge report. Thank you so much for being here with us. You guys were awesome, man. And I will talk to you soon.
Cool. Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Jim.
Peace, chat. See you tomorrow.
See you, chat. Thanks for hanging.
All right. Well, the strongest of the strong. Let's talk about strong. I mean, we got Lionel Messi, of course, with the hat trick. That's 3 goals in one game. Very impressive. He's like 37, 38 playing against 19-year-olds. It's just unbelievable. So it makes you want to be an Argentina fan. Sorry for the sidetrack. This is a 10-minute Russell 2000 chart. This is interesting because it's the strongest stock index future right now. It's up pretty good, and some would argue that it's the most more sensitive to interest rates than any other stock index future. Small cap have bigger borrowing needs and bigger costs associated around that. So not surprised here, thinking maybe we might have a little bit of a dovish kind of tone today, in addition to positive news about the war. Bonds are tracking 113.08. We've been hitting that 113.08 high for 3 days in a row. It's resistance. It's keen resistance, but it's 113 handle. It's well into 113 handle. So that's kind of front running maybe what we're going to hear with the Fed today. We'll find out. But let's check out this chart. This is a 10-minute chart. The volume profile is not great. You can call it a double distribution if you want. You can call it the point of control bottom pretty much of the London IB low, right? The initial balance in London low around 29.65. But then we had a big breakout here. And this big benchmark candle here, that was when the bell rang. So boom, we broke out. We traded all the way back down to the point of control with this crazy wick here. And then buyers said, no. You're going the wrong way. We need to go up. Pivot kind of held is really support right now at 29.78. We just broke through the top of the IB high. We broke R1. We tagged JAX1 at 3,000. Next step up is that Mentor Q 1-day max, and that is approximately, let me see if I can get my crosshairs close enough for government work. It is 3,003.3. A lot of threes in that number. In any event, above there, previous session's highs, 30.12.9, and then 30.20 for 0DTE call resistance. So plenty of targets on the upside if this thing keeps moving up. Now, of course, when the announcement comes out, and there's going to be probably a lot of enthusiasm around some of these markets, and it's going to be a little bit, maybe it might be a little bit volatile. So be careful. If things break super bad, support is pretty much the Globex close yesterday. But we have the previous session's lows and the high vol level right at the same place, right? And that's at 29.60. High vol is important. It's super, super important. It's in my mind, it's high vol, HVL, zero DTE puts, zero DTE calls, top three things to think about. That, so we're in a positive gamma situation here. We'll see how that goes. My RSI is it's relatively high. It's 139, but it's sloping slowly up, right? For CCI, I really want to see a change in levels, whether it's from positive to negative or negative to positive or super positive to zero, whatever that move is, quicker than this. So this is really, really kind of a slow move up, which suggests a nice steady grind up. And that's what we're seeing with all these green candles here as well. So the Russell right now is looking pretty good. I'm not really interested in trying to decide where the top is for today. I'm not interested in hitting that sell button. So we'll see how it goes today. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us on NinjaTrader Live. We had a great morning so far, and we're going to have even a greater afternoon with our special panel, 1:45 East Coast time. Really looking forward to it. We got Jack, Joey, and Selma then immediately following us. And they're going to trade the close, in the heat of battle, because we're going to have Wars talking for the first time in front of everybody as FOMC chair. So get a good lunch, get a good rest, and we're going to hit it hard in a couple hours. Thanks for being here with me.